Lord, we ask you for wisdom as we begin this meeting. We acknowledge that we need your wisdom and insight as we welcome your presence among us. Guide us in our discussions and decisions, helping us to seek what is best for all involved. A few seconds for your own intentions. I'm going to ask to move the human resources up in the report, so that'll be the first thing right after public comment. If that's agreeable to everybody, I would ask for a motion to approve the agenda with that moved.
I'll make that motion.
Motion and second to approve the agenda with HR moved to the first thing in the agenda reports. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Opportunity for public comment. Does anybody want to speak on public comment? I'll keep in mind that any employees that want to speak or anybody that wants to speak to the vacation, sick leave, PTO plan, if they would wait for that. I guess we do have an introduction first before we go into public comment. If we have a new employee with us.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rhea Crane, Director of Equalization, and with us today we have John Olson as well. We have Jennifer Williams, who's a new employee. She is 24 hours into the job now. I guess that'd be more like 8.
Yeah.
But she.
Thanks for having me. Like Rhea said, my name is Jennifer Williams. Second day into the job. I don't want to brag, but I'm pretty much nailing it already.
Good for you.
I live here in town with my husband and our daughter. We've been here a little over 11 years. I am from upstate New York, near the Finger Lakes. And before applying to this job, I was a stay-at-home mom for about 4 years. And then before that, I worked at Great Plains Tribal Leaders Health Board and was manager and director for CDC cooperative grants for the tribes in North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Iowa. And they said I had to share a fun fact. So I love fantasy football, and I'm really good at it.
Good. Welcome. You come from a beautiful area.
Thank you. I think so, too.
Yes.
And I'm hoping y'all picked up on the word grant in there.
I did hear that, yes.
I picked up earlier on Williams.
Well, your coworkers told me I had to come up with a tough question, and I told you it would be easy compared to them. So I think I made true on that promise. Unless
Yes.
anybody has a question.
Welcome.
Yeah, well, welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you very much.
Opportunity for public comment. Is anybody here to speak on public comment? Dr. Everett, you have something that you'd like to address with us on public comment? Sure, I don't see anywhere on the agenda unless you had something else that I assume that you're here for. You told me that earlier you're here to complain, so as I told you, I was looking forward to it. I'll give you 5 minutes, Dr. Everett.
Raising horses, and that's not really the case. I've had horses, and I love horses. But right now, I don't have horses. It's land that I have. You know, I'm 81 years old, but I've lived on that land now for half of my life. I've been here a while. And what I like the land for is its beauty. And when I'm gone, somebody might buy it, and for the same reason. It's a lovely land. It's a small lake acreage, 37 acres. The values that you placed on it were based mainly on agricultural use. So I think that, but anyway, one thing, most of what's happened, I think, is based on the Bros report from 12 years ago, when they talked about realigning Elk Creek Road. There were 5 choices on that, 5 acceptable things, one which was no change. Then there were 4 where they realigned Elk Creek Road from the interstate to the S-curve. 4 changes there. There were no recommendations at all for maintaining the current Elk Creek Road from the S-curves on. None that recommended softening the S-curves. I've got an interesting document here. I'll read it to you, but then you can see it. For all men, these presents. This is Leo Gingras. This was when Meade County acquired the current Elk Creek Road through my property. And it was the purpose of opening construction and maintaining a permanent county primary highway for public use in, along, and upon the cross-said premises. This is 75 years ago. That's how long you've owned the right-of-way, 90-foot right-of-way through my property. And there were no recommendations at all in the Bros report or anything you've done to maintain that road. And I'd certainly be willing to make that, instead of a 90-foot easement, and a 100-foot easement, and I'd charge you the same amount that you paid Leo 75 years ago, and that was $1. Now, again, from what I received was what you're going to do, and get my approval to put a different road through my land. I'm not going to agree to that. You're going to have to take me to court. You're going to have to do this legally. Following that, assuming you win that, what you have to do in that situation is you have to demonstrate that you require a chunk of my land to improve Elk Creek Road when you have not even analyzed the potential for doing it using the current road. Assuming you win that, we'll see. The next lawsuit is going to be, I'm going to want you to abandon the current Elk Creek Road through my property. On this right-of-way easement, it says that you're requiring approximately 5 acres of land. So you're going to have to give me back that 5 acres of land, abandon that road, and take it out of there. I mean, this is not going to be a simple process, and there's nothing I'm going to agree to. I mean, I'll show you. Maybe I don't know if you want to.
Oh, can we put it on our thing?
We're closing in on time, Dr. Ebert. We're 1 more minute, and we're move on.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, like that. You can see at the top, that's Elk Creek Road. It's going, my land is 37 acres. That top quarter there is where the house is. But you can see below that and a little bit to the right, there's a big area there that's hay land and grazing. That's where I've had horses there for a lot of years. But as you go down, lower, there. You want to put a road across my land going all the way through there up to current Elk Creek Road, and you see that would cut off. See that hill there on the bottom right? That's some of the prettiest land I have. And you're going to separate that from my house and land. That. It's not grazing. It's just a lovely piece of land, and it's a pretty big hill that you can. sled down it in the winter, and now I've got my kids and my grandkids living with me. And you can see also on the bottom on the right there a running track all the way around that. I mean, this is not a agricultural piece of land. Somebody who would buy this would be somebody who has another, like I have, a job in town in Rapid City. I'm a physician, and maybe they have horses, but they'd be buying it because of the love, because of the beauty of the land, and you're going to separate it.
That's your time, Dr. Ebert. Is there any questions from the commission?
So anyway, you've given me a proposal. I'm going to reject it.
Sure.
And you're going to have to take me to court.
Is there any questions from the commission or comments?
The only thing I would say is I think you need to get counsel because county moves forward. It is going to be in court, and I think I encourage you to get counsel so you make sure the arguments are advanced correctly in court.
Well, you've seen the land. You saw it from the house. It is a beautiful piece of land, and you're going to have to cross. You put a new road in, you have to cross another.
Is there any other comments
valley.
or questions from the commission?
I mean, it's going to be a lot of work.
I have one.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Creed.
I have a great deal of sympathy for this situation.
Well, I don't think you've done your job, frankly. The 12 years ago, there was a report to realign Elk Creek Road.
I'm asking for, Dr. Ebert, I gave you plenty of time. In fact, I gave you more time than I originally allowed. I was asking commissioners if they had questions or comments now for you. So, Commissioner Creed, are you finished, or did you have more to add to that?
Well, I just thought if the doctor had any response, I would hear it.
I think you've heard my view.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you for coming in today.
You're going to take my land without doing any studies to look at how to improve Elk Creek Road. I think that's wrong.
Thank you. Anybody else have public comment? Anybody else here for public comment? Not, I will close public comment. I'll go to the Human Resources Department. Deborah, would you like to come forward? Move this forward in the agenda because I assume most people here today are here for this, and if this will be the only time we'll be discussing this today. As I mentioned, we'll hear from Deborah, Ms. Brensrud at our Human Resources Department, and I'm going to allow 15 minutes total for public or staff testimony on this. We took a lot of testimony last time, and I've taken a lot of notes, and we're still looking stuff over.
Okay, Deborah Brensrud, Meade County Human Resource Director, and the monthly report was submitted for board docs. And any questions regarding the HR monthly report? If not, I will go on. So I think our HR attorney we're using, Lisa, forwarded to you as the commission considerations that had been put together from 2 weeks ago that we gleaned from the comments that were shared by the employees. And Rich, you asked me, any thoughts about this in the afternoon, and we did have a few thoughts of things that I'm putting in as considerations. And I'm just going to quickly go through those. The first one is in the retiring of the sick leave in option 1. We had in there currently to extend 24 months to use the sick leave, or to use the 240 hours of sick leave, and just to extend that to 36 months versus 24 months. And part of the reason for that is there are a couple departments that do have quite a few employees that fall into that category, and it may be helpful to look at an extension for that. The second item, this pertains to employees that are here for 6 years or under 6 years, and to make consideration for an EL or emergency leave for at least 12 months, And this is to allow up to 80 hours to carry over some sick hours for 12 months until the full PTO accrual is met. So not just for new people that started this year, but even people that have been using their sick time correctly. This would allow them some time to use whatever is still there to carry over for a year if they should need it, or up to at least 80 hours. And it kind of gives people a time to adjust and to get into a new policy. The third item was on short-term disability. I did have RISD benefits through MetLife provide me with the steps to provide a claim. So the first thing I want to talk about is that short-term disability is an insurance plan. It is not sick leave. It is an insurance plan. And it is a plan that Meade County would pay for 100%. It replaces a portion of your income if you're unable to work due to a covered illness or injury. The duration period for the MetLife plan is 11 weeks. The benefit amount an employee can receive is up to 60% of their pay. The qualifiers are common conditions including pregnancy, surgery, mental health, severe illnesses. It does not qualify for injuries or illnesses sustained while at work or because of work.
Workers' compensation.
Well, yes, that's what it would cover because these are generally not an eligible area if they're injured at work. And not, I don't want to say it will be covered by workers' comp because
but it would be possible.
But we would file a claim under that, right? There's an elimination period is 14 days for both accident and sickness, and you are not paid during the waiting period. So I want to make sure that that is clear for employees to understand. And before you receive your benefits, you must wait an unpaid 14-day waiting period, and the first payable date is the 15th day. She also shared with me the steps. They're quite easy to file a claim. We can either call MetLife or go online, fill out the claim. It can be started immediately after the accident or sickness is diagnosed. If the assumption is that the employee will be out longer than 14 days, the employee does not have to wait until the waiting period is over. The claim can be filed immediately. You will require written proof of your disability from your provider to file a claim. Once you request a claim form, you and your employer will complete a portion of the claim form. Then it will be submitted to the doctor, and then for them to complete their segment. The whole process for the employer should only take a few minutes to complete. However, it just depends on how long it takes for the medical provider to submit. I have the claim where it's mailed. The last note on here is the proposal for Meade County does not have a pre-existing condition limitation. And MetLife standard or short-term disability does cover pregnancy and maternity. If you were pregnant when your short-term disability coverage begins, you are eligible for a claim. So I'm hoping those things will help clarify some of the questions that were asked on short-term disability. Okay, my fourth consideration that I'm asking the Commission is that we provide a 30-day notice for effective for the PTO policy before retiring the sick leave. The 30-day notice, I think, is just kind of a kind consideration to allow people to make some adjustments and to prepare, especially going into a new year. Most companies do end this at the end of their year. That is a standard, but it doesn't have to be followed. And the last point that came up that was shared by a few of the employees was our sick leave bank. I did respond back to Kay Luther regarding her questions on sick leave bank. This is not anything that I have touched or used since I've been here February of 2022. The last time the sick bank was accessed was March 30th of 2020. Now, I assume some of that might have had to do with the COVID period. People being out sick. I'm not sure what took place in Meade County at that time, but I'm kind of thinking maybe that's where it went quiet after that, because you had some other measures in place for dealing with COVID. Now, there are scenarios that we have been using, and they do go before the commission to let them know, and that's called a leave sharing program. And this is a person-to-person leave donation. We have had a few of those. I've recorded them, and I've also shared them with the commissioners, and they were also shared with the employee that had made the inquiry 2 weeks ago. Outside of that, I think those are the main takeaways that I have from 2 weeks ago from the comments that were made that had opportunity for us to make some reconsiderations.
Any questions from the commission for Ms. Brandsrud before I open this up to public comment?
I have two, I think.
Yeah.
On the replacement of the 60% income, so the income that's replaced, that's not taxed, it's not nothing comes out of that, right?
Right.
So it's just a replacement of income.
The one thing I don't know is if they receive any sort of something at the end of the tax year. I don't know if they get that they were paid income or not, but no taxes are taken out.
Okay. And then on the short-term disability, that can be used for multiple events during the year. So if you break your leg at the beginning of the year and then you break your arm at the end of the year,
yes,
you could utilize short-term disability.
That's correct, Rich. Multiple incidents, right. As long as they're qualified.
Right, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I had...
Go ahead, Commissioner Smith.
So just for clarification, 2 weeks at our last meeting, there was discussion that we possibly would remove, for those employees 0 to 6 years, we'd remove their sick leave, and then they'd go to PTO and short term. So your recommendation this morning was that instead of removing
what they have,
like some of them maybe have a week of sick leave, some of them maybe have nothing, but to fill that in so that any employee could get paid during the 2 weeks they were waiting for short term, that they would be allowed 80 hours.
Well, that's just my suggestion. Is at least 80 hours.
So I was just trying to clarify that so that, because there was some concern from some of the employees that they wouldn't be able to, if they lost all the sick leave that they wouldn't have any hours. So that was I just wanted to clarify that suggestion that that they would have up to 80 hours.
So the employees that they will, within 1 year of going on to PTO, they will have 15 days. Mm-hmm. And 15 days is what they would currently have on our current plan, except it's a little backwards. It's 10 days of sick and 5 of vacation. The 15 days still remains there, but it would be PTO. They use it as they need. But it at least gives the employees 1 year to get to that full year accrual. It also allows for some transition time for employees like myself and others that fall into the 6 year and below category. I identify with their feeling of having the sick time removed, and there's nothing. Now, we may have more vacation saved up because we've been here a little bit longer. But if you have taken your vacation and used it wisely and correctly, you would have nothing else in your vacation, right, if we took the sick. So I'm just saying there should be some shaping and some consideration about how that would look and feel. I think a lot of time was spent on the employees over 6 years, but maybe those that are under 6 years, we need to do a little rethink there. That's
I recall looking at a lot of the data that you gave us. And I think somehow it's a common misperception that by far the majority of our employees have a lot of sick leave. And that simply is not the case. It has been used on a fairly regular basis. I've also gotten the impression that a lot of employees thought this is purely a financial move, but in many respects, for our newer employees, it actually is going to cost the county more money because we want them to have the availability of having more time off than they currently have. And for some reason, that just has not computed. I want to make it clear during that 14-day period, if you do have a significant illness, you can use any of your PTO for that 14-day lapse. And that was one reason why we combined it and made it better. As you know, I've kind of tried to answer quite a few questions on my public information page that I've had for 12 years, 4 years of which I was not on the commission. But, now I forgot what I was going to say. I have to rethink it. I'm sorry, but
Doreen, that is correct. The 15 days of PTO for a new hire that would go right into the PTO program, they would have more time to use than current employees as to how they want to use it. That is correct. And if an employee leaves, they would be paid that out after 6 months of employment, where currently they're only paid out any vacation time after 6 months and proper notification period.
Right.
You're right.
And I remember what I was going to say, and that is one reason we wanted to do this, also in part, the current thing is kind of from the dinosaur years. Most everyone is going PTO to give people the freedom. You know, in the olden days, people used to call in sick sometimes, and then if they ended up at the mall, hope they didn't get seen by somebody. And, you know, that's just ridiculous in this day and age. You should be free to use your time off however, whenever, however you want. But we've also seen people who have not been here very long get serious illnesses that could financially destroy them if there was not something like a disability policy there for them. And none of us, everybody thinks you got to be old to be sick. And the people who've gotten sick aren't old like Doc and I. They're younger. And you never know. And they had no built up. And we don't want anybody to go bankrupt because they get an illness. And that's why we went ahead with the disability.
Well, and that brings us to a point we need to decide on the short-term disability because we're running at the end of our time frame if we accept it or not.
Nothing's been decided, I guess, so far. Commissioner Liggett.
One of the questions I think that was brought up from the commission was how many hours were used of sick time over the last couple of years. And when I got those numbers from you, and we have about 113 full-time employees, depending. And in 24, we've used 4,700 hours, which is about 41 hours per person on average. So looking at the PTO policy side, you know, there's a 40-hour change on a lot of those numbers. So you're going from 20 days to 25 days on the high end. You know, the lower ends get better than the upper, but so I think that really does play into those numbers. The numbers, on average, really are about the same, except for the people that have been here under 20 years. I think make a better deal on PTO.
Yes.
Thanks for the information.
So one other thing, Deborah, what's the cutoff for when we decide PTO? I mean, you said we need to decide shortly, and I'm not sure that everyone understands it.
Okay, I have to go back and look, but I think it's the 17th or the 15th of December. So we're coming up on that date.
On the short-term disability.
Yes.
Okay.
And if we don't make a decision by then it puts us off for another year?
I don't know if it's a full year, but at the plan that we were currently and the cost that we currently have been proposed by MetLife, that one will expire. I think it's the 17th of December.
So if we're gonna adapt the short-term disability policy, we'd either have to do that today or maybe at the latest.
If we would have to, if it's needing to be done by the first of the year or the latest we could decide on it, I would assume, Ken, help me out here, it would be the next meeting. So that would be, and we're specifically talking the short-term disability policy. We could implement the PTO sometime next year. So,
yeah, because I'm saying on the short term, according to Deborah, the latest that we can do that is maybe the 17th.
Right. For the proposal that we currently have at that price and everything, that is only good until the 17th of December.
So you could get a new proposal, probably.
Yeah, and it would, just be a bit more expensive, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Deborah, would you also mind explaining how the considerations that we have given for use of banked sick leave is not required by law, how you did consult labor attorneys, and there is no legal requirement if this commission wanted to just say no more sick leave. There's no law against that, but that is not the option we chose, and that how the reason we chose the 6-year cutoff was nothing new. It has been established in our handbook for we don't know how many years, a long, long time.
Well, it is true, sick leave is a benefit that a company can or may or may not choose to offer their employees, and the sick leave benefit can look like very different variations of it. You know, they're anywhere from 3 days a year to a week. Meade County happens to have a very generous 240 hours, but they can accrue, I think, is it up to 600 and 490?
640.
640, okay. 640 is the maximum. But when an employee leaves, they can cash out, if they've given proper notice and such, up to 240 hours to be paid upon their departure. So in wanting to move to something that benefits employees in the long run, new hires getting more time and time as they need to use it, I know a transition is painful. We've all been through them in different companies, and they all look different, and they all feel different, and they all affect us in a different way. But this is something that we have been tasked to make a consideration at making a change to our vacation and our sick policy so that it somewhat is fair to every employee, from the new person to the person that's been here and served for many years. It's a benefit. It is not part of the salaried wage that you earn like vacation. Now, when we move to PTO, it will be an earned wage. It will have to be paid out at an earned wage. It cannot be like sick leave where you can just change it to be whatever you want.
So, in fact, what the commission has done is put that sick leave that we currently, by law, would not have to pay out into a PTO, which would ensure employees would be paid it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you would have to by law pay them out at a PTO at their regular working rate.
We weren't trying to cheat anybody.
No, I don't. I hope not.
And
no.
There's no more questions or comments from the commissioners for Ms. Brandsrud. Commissioner Wazorek.
I just want to clarify something. In the way the conversation. On the 0 to 6 years, the 80 is if they have it.
If they have it,
It's
yes.
not. We're not giving them 80. It's if they've already got it.
No,
they can
because the
carry
question came up.
that. That's fine.
Yep.
I understand. I
Yeah.
just thought, and
It
I
was
think
a maximum of at
right.
least 80 hours.
I just thought the way you exchanged with Commissioner Seaman, there was some confusion as to
no.
whether that was new time. I just wanted to
No,
clarify
because they would
that.
begin accruing their PTO as soon as it's approved at a higher accrual rate of 4 point something per pay period. So that would give them more hours than they've had.
And that is specific to the sick leave because the vacation is going to be transferring over.
Yeah, well, and so will sick leave up to 80 hours, but we're not giving them extra time.
Not extra hours, right? But if you have it, I can just use myself for instance. There's 220 some hours that currently what's in the plan would just be forfeited. There would be nothing. I would just work with what I have in my vacation that would be transferred to PTO, and then I would start accruing on top of that. If we looked at this consideration, it would allow 80 hours for 12 months just as, I call it like an EL leave, just an emergency leave, if it should be needed. We can create some policy around that so it is not abused and people are like, I'm just going to cash it out and use it so I have it. Of course, we would have to work with Lisa on creating that policy so that that leave is actually used as emergency leave. But at least it would be there and give some safeguard to people that maybe have a surgery or some treatment that they are expecting to do in the next few months.
Any other questions, comments for Ms. Brandsrud?
Yeah, I got one comment. One thing that you brought up was the accrual rate, and I think that's important. The accrual rate that's currently in the handbook is in a monthly accrual.
Yes.
And the accrual rate with the proposed PTO is on a biweekly accrual. So just for example, a 0 to 1 year in the current plan is 3.34 hours a month that you accrue, and a 0 to 3 years is 4.6 hours in
pay period.
Pay period.
So 26 pay periods.
And I know looking at the numbers, you know, it's in different forms. So I wanted to make sure that that was brought up as well.
That is correct. So if you're a new employee your first year, you're getting 3.34. Where the PTO plan, you'll get 4.62 a pay period, 26 of them.
I think that's a days thing versus
Yeah.
month to biweekly.
Yeah.
We changed it.
Good point. I'm going to open this up to public comment on this subject.
Thank you.
If anyone would like to come forward, again, I announced last time, I sent a letter out to everybody saying I was going to only allow 15 minutes today on this. We took about 2 hours last time. So I think I gave everybody the opportunity. I'd also say that it's 15 minutes total, so try to be cognizant of other people that wishes to speak today. And also if there's somebody here that did not get a chance to speak, I guess it's up to you guys, but let them go first. Otherwise, I'll start the clock when the first person speaks. Otherwise, we can move on. Open up public testimony.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Again, my name is Paul Wycraft with the Sheriff's Office, also the union representative for the Teamsters. The speech I had, you guys kind of started it off. We just kind of like the dialogue that you guys have been doing just this morning with Deb to clarify some of the stuff that we have questions on. So I'll just kind of go over a little of my stuff that I had written down. On November 26th, the Commission unveiled a plan to transition from the current sick time and cure leave system to a paid time, PTO, which we've talked about 100 times. Chairman, during your recent letter to the Meade County employees and the union I represent, indicates there may be a willingness to revisit and evaluate it. So we appreciated your letter. We appreciate your time and looking into it and putting things on pause to evaluate everything. Because as employees, we're confused. You know, we get this thing all of a sudden, we felt like it was a backdoor deal. There's no discussion. There was no talk with department heads. Just, oh yeah, by the way, here's how it's going to be. So I'm glad that you guys have come to the point where let's open this up, talk to people that know what they're doing. You have really smart department heads, a lot of smart people that have dealt with these situations with change. We're not opposed to change. Nobody is, if it benefits everybody collectively. But the change and how it came about, I think, as an employee in the union, we're like a little disappointed by it. So, you know, the way I kind of looked at it, like the analogy that I came up with, like Christmas Story. You guys remember that? Remember when Eddie kidnaps the boss, brings him to Clark, and the boss shows up and says, it looks good on paper, but you don't realize how it affects the real people. And I think the last meeting, the commissioners seen how it affected the real people of Meade County, the hardworking employees that you guys have it for Meade County. So I guess our point being, continue the talk, continue the open dialogue that you have. I think some of the stuff, we're still a little confused that Commissioner Creed comes up with some of the stuff. It's just confusing. So we appreciate the clarification on some of the stuff that Mr. Commissioner Seaman, that question clarified a lot of questions that we had about the carryover time, because that's the big issue that we have, like these people that have earned that sick time. And however, Ms. Creed turns it around to like it's this or that, but it's something that those are hardworking employees that haven't taken sick time. They're out there doing the streets. They're out there, people paying their taxes, the deputies, the jailers. That's the sick time that they've earned. And I know it's a privilege, as Doreen would put it, but I think we don't see it that way as an employee, because we don't call in sick a lot, and it's there for us to use. So,
I just want to make a statement. It's not my opinion. It's a legal opinion of what it was. And it's not my personal opinion.
Are you sure?
I'm absolutely positive. You know, I worked over there too. You know.
I understand that.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't. No, I don't think it. I don't think you do. But I also do know that I found it kind of bad that our actions have been termed despicable, etc., when we wouldn't have, by law, we would not have to do anything with the sick leave. We've tried to do our best to make sure all of our employees are well covered from any kind of catastrophic illness, have the ability to take time off whenever they want it, where they don't have to fib, where they don't have to say, I won't get paid for a holiday because I was sick the day before, something I learned over in the jail, which I found absolutely inconceivable. We wanted to get rid of restrictions so that you had more freedom. Every one of you are an adult who should be able to decide when and where and how you want to go. I can tell you and I are not connecting right now.
Well,
I wish we were. We are trying to be fair. And under this new system,
I'm gonna stop this discussion right now. I'll give commissioners time for anybody, if they want to ask anybody questions at the end of public testimony. Just for the record, Mr. Whitcraft, you've used 3 minutes and 10 seconds. I stopped the clock when Commissioner Creed. I did stop the clock. I'm just going for the record here. So if you'd like to continue, commissioners, if you could please hold your questions, comments to the end, and if you'd like to call somebody up, that would be fine. But I'd like to just keep the time rolling on the public testimony at this moment in time. So
can I comment on?
Yes. Well,
Commissioner Creed, just briefly.
Comments going back and forth don't do us much.
I don't want to get in an argument,
well, that tends to be what happens when and I haven't started the clock yet.
I just think that the confirmation bias outlook that Commissioner Creed has does not reflect the whole commission. I think everybody else come up with an articulate way of putting it. I can't comment on what your Facebook stuff is, and do I agree with some of the stuff? No, but that's what you set yourself up for social media, Facebook. I think we all agree to that. So I can't comment to that.
I looked at it as a means of trying to get information out there because it seemed to be like there was a lot of misunderstanding about the
But
policy.
whose fault is that?
But I don't know. Everybody has to
As-
look at, and I would love to, let's us go have a cup of coffee.
I would love to.
And you know,
Commissioner.
I've met with you before. I'd be happy to meet with any of you.
I appreciate that. But what I'm saying is, as employees, when you say, oh, this and that, well, how did this come about? That's the problem we have as employees. Like I said, just this short discussion that you've had with clarified a lot of things for me that should have been done prior. And I think that as a union and that as employees that we have a problem with. Like I said, you guys have clarified a lot of good things.
I'll have some comments on that after the public comment.
All right, sir. Thank you. All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Whitcroft. Anybody else want to speak?
Mary Jo with Dispatch. I'm also a steward for the union. The thing that was brought up just now that I wasn't aware of and I never even thought of with the short-term disability, if they're not taking taxes out and they're going to have to pay them when they file their taxes, is that, can we look into that before you guys decide on the short-term disability and find that out for
I'll
the
just tell
employees?
you, you don't pay tax on this.
You don't pay taxes.
Okay.
The question, Deborah's question, is whether you'd get a report where you'd have to file and show that you don't owe tax on it,
Okay.
which I don't think you do, but I'm not a tax expert. But the one thing I know is that 60% is because there's tax taken out. Feds don't recognize tax.
And then the other thing too is the one concern that we do still have that a lot of people have brought to me about the PTO is a lot of people have families and parents, grandparents, kids, husbands, stuff like that. You can use your vacation time for that, I understand. But as it sits right now with the sick leave, we could use our sick leave to take care of them and help with that.
Could you pull
Transport
that
to-
mic a little closer to you so
sorry.
everyone can hear?
Sorry. So with the PTO plan, you can still use your vacation time, however you want to look at it, to do transport to the hospital or appointments for extended family, meaning parents, grandparents, kids, husband, that kind of stuff. But at this point in time, when we had our sick leave, we could use that instead of taking it out of our vacation time. The people who've been here for a majority of their career and are over 6 years, I have a lot of vacation. And I use it when I can and when I need to. And then I don't use my sick leave because I don't get sick. But I have used it for bereavement leave and stuff like that. And so that's still another thing to take in consideration. If my husband were to get sick, heaven forbid, that 240 hours might not be enough. If I have to take him to Mayo, like we had to take his mom to Mayo repeatedly, and that just might not be enough. I think it's a detriment to the employees of Meade County to lose their sick leave and just have the PTO bank.
Anybody else? You have used about 6.5 minutes.
Have used or have left? I'm sorry.
Used.
Thank you. Everybody's in a different situation. I raised that for me, the accumulated sick time is more or less a insurance against illness. The paid time off has a maximum of 240, which is 6 weeks. Family Medical Leave Act is for 12 weeks. I proposed to Commissioner Deering an alternative, and I appreciate the board looking at various alternatives. For the long-term employees who have have over the 240 hours of sick time currently, the plan now is to wipe that out, and that would stay. I propose that the 240 max then be available and held to be used solely for Family Medical Leave Act issues. That way we can use our 6 weeks of paid time off, this is the maximum accrual, and the 6 weeks of carried over sick time that we presently have. And that would stretch out for the full period of the Family Medical Leave Act. The point of the Family Medical Leave Act is to protect your job. It doesn't protect your income. This will help protect the income. Second point, and I emailed Deborah and Commissioner Daring, with short-term disability, I expect there's a salary cap on there, so they'll pay out to a maximum dollar amount if you could research that and report. Second, we can take 14 days of paid time off so our salary maintains, but then that paid time off, it disappears. When we get paid the 60%, we're really ahead of where we want to be, which is just have our salary be consistent. So we can take our paid time off for the first 2 weeks of an illness or whatever is covered by the disability. We'll get reimbursed going backwards, but we can't get that paid time off put back into the system. We end up with 60% more in cash than what we intended to have. I'm not sure that makes a lot of sense to anybody. I see a funny look on Ria's face. Basically, is there a mechanism where we can get the paid time off put back on that we used for our salary and maybe turn in the 60% check? I don't know what that mechanism could look like. It's just a concern that I have. I think that's all I've got. I just wanted to appreciate that the board continues to consider alternatives and would appreciate continued public discussions of the board's thoughts on those alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cleverett. I have read your email that you sent to me. I have yet to share that with the rest of the board, but I plan on doing so today. Anybody else? Approximately 6 minutes left.
I'll go quick.
5.5.
Promise.
Yep.
Chair, Chief Deputy James Johns, a couple of things I wanted to clarify through our recent discussion was originally the 240 hours that was allowed to be a carryover. At the last meeting that was discussed is that can be used in any fashion the employee wants, correct?
Currently, that is the way the proposal is read. It is. I mean, as everything, there is nothing finalized yet. So
Okay, and then that 80 hours that you're suggesting for employees under 6 years, that would just be sick, or would that be the same bank to be used as the employee needs?
Again, that has just been proposed today.
Okay.
So that's, again, all these are new proposals, so that is up for some discussion, I would say, because they are, obviously the vacation time is going over to be used for however, so there is some discussion of whether that sick time should be or not. So
Fair enough.
That's just being...
Fair enough.
That's
Just
like,
wanted
again,
to make sure that was kind of unknown and not a lot of folks are understanding that.
Am I correct, Deborah, do I understand that the sick leave carryover, the 240, is sick leave being carried over that we can use for anything? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Then one other point, I know it's been stated several times that we want to give people more time. That's the goal. Everybody's goal is to give our employees more time. I'm a number guy. You guys know that. I ran the numbers. Comparing the accrual rates under the new PTO versus the accrual rates under the sick leave and vacation. A 1-year employee receives 120 total on both sides. It's an even wash. Year 3, it's a 40-hour loss over a year under the PTO. For a 6-year employee, it's another 40-hour loss under the PTO. For a 12-year employee, it's an even wash because of the current accrual rates and what's been proposed. But for employees for 20 years and over, it's another loss of 40 hours every year. So there is a savings to the county, and that is the argument that we're giving people more time. We're not really giving.
You're not factoring into the short-term disability.
No, we haven't seen the short-term disability. Nobody's put that in front of us.
JJ, you also, on your numbers, assumed that everybody was using every hour of sick leave. And that is...
No, I recognize you've got a ton of employees that don't use sick leave.
No, yes, but in your numbers where you said people were losing out, you were assuming that everybody currently is using all their sick leave. And that sometimes is and sometimes isn't, but you cannot make the assumption that that's 100%.
No, and my numbers aren't suggesting that, Ms. Creed.
Yes, they did.
No, they're not, because we've got great employees that have incredible banks that don't use their, you're going to move that to PTO time, and they're still going to bank that time because they're smart and they're saying, what if something catastrophic happens? What I'm saying is there's a net loss to the employees if you run the numbers every year. Some years are a break even, some years are a net loss to the employee.
You have a question, JJ. You're using 10 days a year for sick time, right? For the sick time accrual?
Correct, out of the handbook.
Okay, and then the 0 to 1 is 5 days for vacation time. 2 to 4 years is 10 days of vacation time. 5 to 20 is 15 days, and then 20 plus is 20 days.
If that's what's in the handbook, that's what I use.
So,
yep.
The reason I'm asking the question is, you said that the employees that are the couple years that you mentioned were going to lose time. I kind of disagree with that because I think 0 to 1 year employees that have 5 days of accrual for vacation and 10 days of accrual for PTO or sick time. Now, sick time should not be used for vacation. Let me clarify. That's 15 days. So that's the same as the current PTO policy plan that we're looking at. 2 to 4 years was a 20 or a 10-day, which I think is still a better for vacation, is what we're currently at, and 10 days of sick. So that's 20 days, which is the same as the plan, right?
I wish I had brought my numbers right here to have this discussion, but this is what needs.
So maybe you and I can get together,
Yep.
and you can look at my notes because I wrote my notes out. But I think the people over 20 years do have a deficit of 40 hours. I agree. But the people that are 10 years plus will have a benefit. So I'd like to go over the same.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I appreciate the discussion. Absolutely.
This is just a comment, not a question, but that makes incredible assumptions in isolation and not how people use it. And the other issue is we're talking PTO where people can use the entire time where they didn't have restricted time. So it's not fair to compare these things. These are different benefits. You can talk about how the hours change up fine, but these are not the same things. So.
Right.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? My finger's getting tired when the commissioners speak. Sorry. Anybody else like to speak? Anybody else want to speak? If not, I will close public testimony. Is there any questions, comments from the commissioner?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Mr. Seaman, you had something.
So I'm just about to close out 8 years on the commission. I'm still trying to wrap my hands around, public meetings. When we brought forth the proposal 2 weeks ago, there was the commission hadn't voted on anything. We have a very competent human resource director that put together some figures for us for a presentation. No votes had been taken. So, I was quite frankly a little disappointed with some of the comments 2 weeks ago with the assumption that we were going to come out or have some kind of open forum for a year discussing all this stuff. Deborah brought forth a guideline to open our discussions, and everyone had a chance to come forward and share their information, which was helpful. But I would just caution employees and the public to jump into conclusions until the commissioners have had a chance to vote. And, just because it was on the agenda and it was a proposal doesn't mean that that's what's going to happen. So, public meetings, they're very difficult. And I don't think that we could just have a big free-for-all. We'd never get anything accomplished. So, it was very helpful to have some kind of guidelines to open the discussion. Now, I had some other comments, but anyone else can jump in.
Anybody else have questions, comments on this proposal? Doric.
Yeah, we're going to have to look at it some more. I'm going to look at her proposal some more. But I'll just reiterate, these are different benefits.
Could you speak into your mic?
These are different. These aren't one-to-one comparisons because there's a lot more flexibility with PTO. So, these are all, every time you do a personnel question, it's a balancing act of how it works. You have to care about the organization, you got to care about the individuals, and you try to find your best path forward and the best practices, and that's what we're trying to do.
Any questions, comments from the Commission?
One other question, Deborah, I'd like you to follow up with is, we had a discussion at the last meeting about the 1 hour issue, having to take it in an hour, and I'd like to get a clarification on, and you pointed out that you think that there's a problem under the federal law where you've got to track that, and the question is whether after you hit an hour, do you have to take it in another hour chunk, or can you take an hour and a half instead? I would like, when you find that, if you could let me know, clarify that. I frankly see some administration issues. I don't want to track everybody's taking 5 minutes off or something like that, but I could see half-hour blocks might provide some flexibility.
Any other questions, comments from the Commission? If nothing else, I'd just like to address some of this, and exactly like Commissioner Seaman said, this was the first time that this proposal got out, and it should have been, and I think we followed the proper steps. We listened to the staff. We listened. I've taken emails. Those emails, keep emailing us and Ms. Brandrud if you have some ideas. We're certainly listening to that. I think it's apparent. There's several things that Ms. Brandrud proposed today that has come from some of those ideas. So we are open for discussion on this. It's apparent that there is some things that need to be changed, and we have maybe an outdated policy right now, and we need to move on. So some changes are coming. With that said, we're trying to do our best to be cognizant of the staff. We appreciate everything you guys do, as well as taxpayers, and so to balance that is not always an easy job. But with that said, we're doing the best we can. So we will continue the discussion on that, and it'll be ended for today. So let's move down to equalization departments next on routine business. Oh, you're absolutely correct. Let's get through the routine business first, then we'll move on to the 10 o'clock hearings. Equalization, I don't assume it's going to take very long. Thank you, Commissioner Weiser. We have several things at 10 o'clock. You're absolutely correct.
You're talking just my monthly report, Mr.
Yes,
Jennings?
just
Okay.
unless that's all I see on the agenda from you.
Rhea Crane, Director of Equalization. I did provide for you my monthly report, things happening in the office. Appraisals are happening for the 2025 assessments. Owner-occupied forms are being processed. We have submitted all of our 2024 sales to the Department of Revenue to be reviewed so we can come forward with intentions, and things are moving along.
Any questions for Ms. Crane? Not? Thank you.
Thank you.
Facilities, Ben, like I said, just your quick report. Just give us a quick report today, and so we can get moving on to the hearings, please.
Good morning, Commission. Ben Petracco, Facilities Director. Just going to give you a really quick, short report on our November workload, some of it. I don't have a whole lot to add other than what the KPI report shows. We had 38 work requests. We did have 2 snow removal related call-ins over the Thanksgiving holiday. We were able to complete our yearly generator services and had our fuel tanks topped off with our winter diesel blend. We completed our monthly jail lock inspections and our AED inspections. One project we've been working on was a lighting project out at the Sturgis Highway Department main shop. We added 9 outdoor light fixtures to help illuminate the equipment parking area, as well as changed out some brighter lights on the north end of the shop to help illuminate that area better. And I went out and checked them the other morning, and it's significantly better. I mean, they should be able to see out there better. And we also repaired some of the broken conduits on the pedestals that had been damaged. Yeah, the only other thing I really have is the roofing projects. I've been working with Williams and Associates on getting the design spec put together for the bidding on both of the roofs. And I forwarded you guys the email showing the approximate costs for the designs. I hope to have a better cost spreadsheet from him in the next week or so to get approval from you guys to go ahead and move on forward with that project. Like I've talked about, the courthouse roof project is fairly straightforward, but we will need to decide if we want to have the Law Center roof bid both ways, because that adds a significant cost if we, even just for the design process, to have 2 different projects built basically for it.
Now, I understand if with that metal roof over there, even if we do a membrane, Kevin was telling me, because the city's going to be also paying part of this, that there would have to be a significant removal of part of the roof before you can lay down that membrane.
That is incorrect. The way they're looking at doing it is attaching insulation between the standing seams and building it up to that level, 1.5 inches or whatever it is.
Oh, okay.
And then skimming it with the rubber membrane over the top of that.
Okay.
That's what they are planning anyways.
So there would not be the removal and the salvage of all that. Okay, because
no,
I was thinking that could get. I don't know if we wanted to have a LEC roof open.
Right. Yeah, that would be a lot more expensive if you did have to demo everything like that. And that is what's going to happen if it's a metal project. It will have to be demoed. They'll have to put down some a board on top of what's there now after they demo the metal, and then they'd have to put like a Tyvek type weather sealant over everything, and then that other board would be to attach the new metal down. So that's why it's going to be significantly more money, because you have all that demolition on top of it. But we can certainly get it proposed both ways if we want.
But I guess I also had not realized, but of course it makes complete sense. We would have to have engineering specs for everything, so we do really have to decide.
I think we can cover that in the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you'd have some information.
Sounds good. Well, that's all I have. Unless you guys have any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Petrocco.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for him? I think Tony's running crazy right now. We've got some. Go ahead.
For the commissioners, we did have a piece of equipment fail, and I've asked Tony to go ahead and reorder that piece because it's kind of a critical piece that we need. So he did get it back online, but there is a cost coming next year. I don't know what that is yet. He's working on those numbers. It is a critical piece.
Veterans, sir, any other questions on that? Veteran Services, Emergency Management.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sorry I didn't get a chance to spit my gum out, so forgive me.
Talk quick.
Okay, for emergency management, unfortunately we had a little fire on the 29th of November. It was in the paper. It was a young family that were staying in an RV next to a house in Blackhawk, and there was a small explosion. I didn't get the final report, but the consensus is that there was probably a propane tank that blew up. The RV was completely destroyed. The house had a little bit of damage, but nothing catastrophic. No injuries, thank goodness. The dog was a close call, but they got their dog out, and apparently he's okay. So we went out there, and of course there was the the cavalry was out to put it out. They put it out really, really fast, like they always do. They're experts. I mean, they're the best. I think there were 6 different fire departments that came out. And the Red Cross came out and took care of the family, and that's about the extent that I was involved. I waited till they came out. Anything about emergency management? Any questions or anything?
I just hope we don't have any.
Okay, good. Veteran services, 151 veteran interactions in November. 118 were existing veteran claims and so forth, and 33 of those were brand new interactions and profiles built.
That's the lowest number I've seen for a while.
Yeah, and Thanksgiving was part of it. That was a big part of it, and or else it probably would have been up there high. For a while now, I have about 20 phone calls that I'm behind, so it's never ending. I make one to add, make another one to add. It's pretty consistent, very consistent. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr.
Yeah, I got a bunch of appointments. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to have to move down on our agenda to item D. We got several hearings we have to take that take place supposed to take place 10 o'clock. We'll go to D1, liquor license renewal, which is continued from November 26th. We'll have our staff to brief us on what's going on first.
Erin Cox, Deputy Auditor. This is for a 2025 liquor license renewal for Dixie Feed and Holding. This is the final application that we have for the year. Taxes have been paid as well as the fee.
Thank you. Is anybody from the public here to speak on this item?
Yes, Michael Strain on behalf of the Dixie Feed, which is also the Pappy Oil Campground. Good morning. The application was here last month. I was informed they did not receive it. The circumstances surrounding why this wasn't timely filed have been solved by me once I figured out what the issue was. I represent Michael Ballard Full Throttle Saloon. A couple years ago, Dixie Feed, Pappy Hoyle wanted to do their own books, which is fine, transferred over to them. I've discovered where their system failed on the situation, and it's been corrected, and our firm will be correcting it for the future. So I apologize for the inconvenience that occurred to the commission on this matter. On behalf of Jesse and on behalf of Michael, I would ask that you approve the liquor license renewal.
Hey, does there anybody else want to speak to this item? Anyone else from the public? Anybody else want to speak to public? From the public want to speak on this item? Not, I'll close public testimony on this item. Question, comments from the commissioners?
Yeah, so this is, you really don't have to apologize to us. This is really on them. I think it was this could have gone either way to renew the hearing, and I've been here for 6 years, and this is my one thing that I hate to see is when we get to the end of the year and our auditor staff has to continually chase this stuff down. And I don't know if I'm on board with the approval today, just because it's not timely for us. They send out or they do their process. We don't send notices. These are our liquor licenses for the county. They're worth a pretty substantial sum to the businesses. And if I understand correctly, if it would not have gotten approved for a continuation last meeting, they would have lost their license. Would not have been available for a license again. And that's because we have more licenses out than we have available for the county. So as business owners, I encourage you. I don't know if the commission's always going to be as favorable. I know it's one of those things that for me, it's really frustrating every year to come for people to eat beer, liquor, wine, all of those. These are business pieces. Do your paperwork, get it in to us. We shouldn't have to fight it. And
one comment I want to point out: it wasn't Mr. Strain's office. If he could convey that to both these people, and I know you represent a number of them. we get a different commission next year, we'll have a different member, and Lord knows you don't want to roll the dice on a couple $100,000 license. But thank you for helping take care of it.
And I do thank you, Mr. Strain, for being here last time, getting it paid. I know that was not on your agenda for the day.
I didn't expect my day to go that way.
Yes.
So, but thank you for your indulgence in allowing us to go forward. I really appreciate that.
You know, Mike, when I saw you come in, I knew the cavalry was here to try to save them. And I agree 100% with everything that Rich said. And the last couple of years, I've made similar comments. And I always found it ironic that generally Mr. Woodruff was the only one who ever showed up at a liquor license. And again, I thought, my God, you know, some of these licenses go, I mean, when they go through the county, they go for like $500,000. Lord only knows what they go for on the private market. I think maybe even more than that. And so as a result, kind of as a personal revolt last time, I voted no on the ones that came up. I knew darn well that my fellow commissioners would carry it over, and so I just kind of did it as a protest to those people. And so to follow suit, I'm going to vote no today, not because I don't approve of them getting a license, but again, it's just to let them know, to let everybody know out there, it could happen next time. And I know you will make the principals out there very much aware, and I hope they've learned their lesson and know they need to keep you on call all the time.
Thank you, and they have learned their lesson, trust me. Trust me.
Any other questions, comments from the commission? Questions, comments, and or action?
I'll make a motion to approve the retail on-sale liquor license for Dixie Feed.
Motion and second on the floor to approve the retail on-sale liquor license for Dixie's Holding. Any questions, comments, discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Okay. Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Motion carries. Commissioner Creed.
You got to follow. You got to be the same.
I'll move us down to D2, variance request for multiple residence ordinance 34-21-11-4. Ms. Vig, if you would please update us on what is going on with this.
Morning, Commissioners. Tanya Vig, Planning Director. With me is the landowner, Amanda Wells. He had presented a variance to build a secondary residence while living in the existing. November to the Planning Commission. It was recommended to the Commissioners based on the condition that the mobile home be removed, the new septic system be installed, and an existing mobile home be removed or inhabitable before the certificate.
Thank you. Is anybody from the public here to speak on this? I assume you are. Would you like to speak on this proposal?
Good morning. My husband Jeremy and part of our contract.
Turn their mics on.
Oh,
thank you.
Do I need to start over?
No, you're fine.
Okay. Thank you for taking a look at this and taking it into consideration.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'm going to ask if anybody else in the public wants to speak. Anybody else in the public want to speak to this item? Not, I'll close public testimony on this. Questions, comments from the commission, and or action?
I was kind of quick on the trigger. I'll make a motion to approve. Great success in your new endeavor.
I'll second.
Motion and second on the floor to approve this variance. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you very much.
Have a good
luck.
day.
A lot more enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was.
That's why Doreen was so ready to really roll on that one. She had to make up.
Yeah, and Mike is gone.
Let's go to item D3, variance request, accessory dwelling unit size. Go Ms. Vig, if you'd update us on this.
Variance request was presented on the December 2nd planning board meeting. He currently has a variance for an ADU for an 8,000 square foot ADU that was granted. If you want to go to the packet, it's a little easier to.
Need to pull that.
Oh, keep going down. So currently he has a building permit. Keep going. Where the building is. Right there. So currently he has a building permit to build a shell structure as a shop. He is requesting that the variance that was issued for the 1,000 square foot ADU be placed within the shell of the shop. Our ordinance allows that, but they're usually only 800 square foot. So when he came in for the original variance, it was we all took it as a standalone structure. So we're asking that, or he is asking that the ADU variance be added to the shop. The request. Kind of a whole mouthful there. The recommendation to the commission to approve this with the conditions that the ADU be at least 30 feet from the lot line, which it is. Currently, the shell of the structure that is being built meets that requirement. It cannot be used as a rental. The property cannot be subdivided, and no area of the shop can be used for residential purposes.
Is anybody here from the public to speak on this? Mr. Const.
Tracy Const, resident at 126. Oops, sorry. Excuse me, Lot 8 of Savvy Estates. And when we originally came in for this variance, we drew a plan together, and we did get approved for 1,000 square foot ADU on this property. When I came in and visited with Tanya about getting a building permit, the building permit was denied due to the fact that it was perceived that it was a standalone ADU. We talked about the current Ordinance 34, which stated in there it could specifically be within a shop, but she felt that since the plan didn't specifically state within a shop, that her recommendation was to come back to the planning department with a variance and include the verbiage of within a shop. This was an misunderstanding on my part when I came in for the original variance. The intention was to be within a shop originally and at all times, and I didn't include within a shop due to the fact that it was already within the ordinance. We did come back with a variance to the planning to include within a shop, and when we did get denied on the building permit for the 1,000 square foot within a shop, we did come back with a building permit to do the concrete and the outside structure, and come back with a variance to be within a shop. We took the variance to be within a shop to the planning committee, and they approved unanimously to approve the variance to be within a shop. If you go down a little bit farther, right there, that is about a month old. It's come quite a ways since then. It's all enclosed and windows, doors, everything in. But that is the structure that is currently up. And we were wanting to put the 1,000 square foot variance within this shop. What we could do to use the variance that is in from what I understand from Tanya, is to move over 3 foot and build another structure. That's 1,000 square feet, but that wasn't our intention. We were trying to do just one structure on this property. But I think that's the gist.
Anybody else from the public wish to speak on this? Anybody else want to speak on this? Not, I'll close public testimony. Questions, comments from the commission?
So, Tracy, I've talked to you before on this one, but I'd like to thank Tanya. Tanya, I agree with how it was written. The original variance was for an 800,000 square foot building. It was not indicated that it was within a shop. So, Tanya, thank you for that. I think it's not always super clear, but if you come for a variance, the variance is for the piece of what you're looking at. And it may not all be. There's some questions, and I know. I think you're doing a nice job. I think you came back in. The planning board approved it, and I think those are all of the pieces that have to happen in order for things to go through. So I appreciate you coming back in, doing a variance request again to get this the right way, and again, thanks, Tanya, for the efforts on the planning side.
So one comment I'd make is he's adding an office and additional space finished out in the shop. So the planning added the restriction that extra area can't be used for residential purposes. He represented for his sons for their business type activities, but what planning wanted to make sure is it didn't turn into just to another bedroom or something like that, and then, backdoor in an expansion of it. So that's an additional condition that the planning's recommended on this variance request over the last.
I want to echo. Thank you, Tanya, for reading through all the other lines that sometimes get missed.
Questions, comments, the commission, and/or action?
I'll make a motion to approve the variance with the recommendations from the Planning Commission.
So I would assume you want to make the same motion in the planning.
I'll second that.
The ADU be at least 30 feet from the
Well,
lot line, not be used as a rental. Real property can't be subdivided. No area of the shop can be used for residential.
So just copy the motion from the planning board. That's all you have to do. So I have a motion by Commissioner Liggett, seconded by Commissioner Creed. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Conley.
Thank you.
Move down to item D4.
Open the packet to go to the plat, please.
Did anybody else stay awake?
Up just a little bit. So there you go. Thank you, Ria.
Ms. Vick, go ahead.
It's been a long plat, sorry. So this was presented on December 2nd at the planning board meeting to approve a variance for a driveway approach not to meet the 500 lineal foot interval on a collector road, which Pleasant Valley Drive is a collector. So that lineal front footage along tract B5A is roughly 365 lineal feet. So there's no way to get 500 lineal foot spacing between driveway approaches. So we have asked for a variance for that minimum distance, and Troy Eastman and I have went out on the site and determined that on the northeast corner there's a 75-foot approach access. That's where it seems logical for the approach to be into the property and developed. One of the conditions was that as the applicant brings in the approach permit, that an engineer design is required also.
Thank you. Is anybody from the public here to speak to this?
Shannon Boston, Space Line Surveying, here representing the Collins family. Tanya pretty much covered it all. I think just another point I'd like to make is the additional 27-foot of right-of-way dedicated to the Pleasant Valley Road. It does give a pretty nice buffer, for a new approach to be built in there. And being on the property, I don't see any reason a really nice approach can't be built there. So I think it works out very well. So.
Anybody else wish to speak to this? Anybody else wish to speak to this? I'll close public testimony, questions, comments from the commission. I'd like to note, I guess the question, I do have a question on that, is in particular to the motion the planning board made, and Commissioner Wazorek, maybe you can help. Recommend commission to approve the variance with the condition that the applicant brings an engineered design when they apply for the approach permit. The only question I have and possible problem is they don't state, should that state where that approach is, or is that goes without saying being that's within the packet? If the question I'd have if the engineer would have a different design, which they probably won't, but I don't know, do we need to be specific on where that is? Is it,
I don't see it. If the packet has the specific location to reference the specific location. The engineered design was requested by Troy because he thought there needed to be studies on assuming what kind of drainage is coming through that area and what size culvert needs to be coming in there. And so, if Troy he still has to come back for the permit. Troy still could reject the permit if he doesn't think the design is correct.
okay, so that's probably fine.
And the plat indicates the approach area as well.
Yeah, okay. As long as that's clear, I guess I'm fine with that. Any other questions, comments to this? Interaction.
I'll make a motion to approve the variance with the condition the applicant brings an engineered design when they apply for the permit.
Second.
Motion and second on the floor. Is there any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Brings us down to D5, Ordinance 12 revision.
Ordinance 12 establishes an operation of the 911 system. This was brought to the board because of legislative changes in 2024 affecting the surcharge, and the legislature making changes to the maximum surcharges that could be there. We may or may not choose to amend or change Ordinance 12. As it exists is just fine. There is a statute 3445-2, which was adopted in 2012, that any ordinance that was in effect January 1, 2012 remains in effect for establishing the service area. However, any provision in the ordinance establishing a surcharge is no longer in effect after July 1, 2012. The state's taken that over. In other words, the provisions in our existing just become ineffective. So we could leave it as is. In essence, I took what we had, rewrote it into the format that we've been using recently, with the 1.1s kind of deal. So we can go either way, however the board chooses to go. It's a short and sweet. My suggestion is keep it as is. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Anybody from the public wish to speak to this? Anyone want to speak to this? I'll close public testimony. Questions, comments from the commission?
Yeah, there's no reason to do the modification at this point.
Right.
And I don't know why we spend the money publishing and screwing with it. If we're fine, I would think that if we're going to actually publish and do it, we should probably do maybe a look through, because I had some questions on whether we need to be a little bit more specific on how the Meade County Sturgis Joint Dispatch, what that is. That might be a nice thing to have in this ordinance, so we know.
As was discussed, that's kind of in flux at what the state level wants to do too. So
right. So
another reason to leave it as.
Yeah, I can see continued change on this in the next couple of years. So I just don't know why I don't know why we go through the hassle of publishing and reading.
I was surprised it went all the way back to Bob Havela's, or Halofka's day.
Yeah. Well.
That was, It was originally brought because Somerset thought that since they also pay part of the dispatch, they wanted to make sure that we were all covered and up to date.
I think this was motivated by cell phones.
Any questions, comments on this? Or action, I guess.
I think decline first read and we
Yeah,
just stay where we're at.
I make a, I mean, what's the cleanest way, Ken, just for me to make a motion?
Typically we approve first read and set a new date, so the reverse would be to decline the first read.
That would end it.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion to decline it with the understanding that we'll see what the legislature does this year.
I'll second.
Motion and second on the floor to decline the first reading. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you, Ken.
Thanks, Ken.
Do you guys want a 10-minute break, or would you like to move on? Okay.
Keep going.
Oh, gosh, I got 2-1 right now, Doreen, so it's, you lost on that one. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break. Ted didn't chime in. He abstained. He's not getting involved.
Oh, God, I forgot all about this. Thank you. A what? No, I gave you that one. Way back because...
Oh, now we're over.
I knew...
but now we're over.
I purposely knew your date was coming. That's why I sent it in then. No, I do very little all year.
Doc, how are you? Okay. Well, so, you know, did the engineering study back whenever this was going over. Nobody's recommending softening those because I don't think the fix is very good. The fix isn't very good. I don't know how you soften that with the way the houses are laid out. You'd have to start way back and curve it up and take a big corner of that property. I'm an engineer. I just know what the engineer. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Take 4 acres of land.
Right. Yep, and that'd make
We got to go back up on the agenda to item C1, abatement request from the Word of Truth Family Church. I'd ask Rhea if she would update us on this, please.
Come on up.
You can come on up. Representative Randolph is here.
Trying to abate. It wasn't clear to me what
I would really prefer that Tony explain this. Long story short, they have tax bills from, I believe, 22 and 20.
There he is, yep.
22 and 23. And there was no structure on the property. There was nothing for them to apply for exemption for, according to statute. However, Mr. Randolph would like to present his understanding and what he believes should happen.
Thank you, Ms. Rhee. Mr. Chair and members of the Commission, thanks for being willing to hear me today. I appreciate it. So, as I was trying to figure out how I wanted to present...
If you could identify yourself, please.
I'm terribly sorry.
And you know that
I
rule
know better.
Well, I think.
Yes, I do. I apologize. Tony Randolph, Board of Directors for Word of Truth Family Church.
Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize. So, I thought, how much time do I have?
I'm going to give you about 10 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. That should be plenty. I thought maybe my best bet would just be to tell you our story and hopefully explain to you through that why why we're asking for the abatement. So we bought our property in 2020, and we broke ground. Basically, originally the property was bought in the name of Larry Paulson. Larry Paulson is our pastor. Okay, so the reason for that was the church didn't have any credit history. I don't know how many churches do or whatever, but we hadn't done anything as far as that's concerned. So, and then after it was paid off, he deeded it over to the church for obvious reasons, obviously. So the point I want to make with that is it has always been for the purpose of the church. It was platted Word of Truth Family Church from the beginning, even when it was deeded in, or it was in his name for purchase. Okay. We broke ground, immediately laid out the area where the structure was going to go and the parking lot. Now, in the statute, one of the things that is a requirement as far as I think what do they call it, religious sector, or whatever, I forget what is how they put it. Actually, I have it right here.
I've got it right here, Tony, on the board.
Yeah, religious society is how it's put in the statute. One of the exemptions is for a parking area for members of the organization. Okay, well that was established right away. So as far as, because it was on a hill, we needed to move ground, we pushed dirt over, so forth and so on, and we established all of that right away, and then began on the structure as far as the foundation, the pad, the whole 9 yards, and went through the process. All of that said, in 2022, the winter of 22, is when the building was actually enclosed. And so as far as what we're thinking is the building's on the place. It's not completed inside, but it's enclosed, so we have a building on place. Now, before that, we would use the property for food and fellowship. So obviously, our members would show up. We would utilize the parking lot, have our food and fellowship. We'd be out there for prayer, communion, different things like that. Okay, and I say all that because it also talks about use for exclusive religious purposes. Okay, so that's kind of establishing all that as far as what I'm trying to say. Once the building was enclosed, same thing. Weather permitting, we'd be out there, and also construction permitting. We would meet out there for prayer, depending on what was going on inside and what we were doing. We would meet out for prayer, services, things of that nature. In the summer, we would meet outside because it's summer. So I guess down through the process, is what I'm trying to say is that's one of the reasons why I believe that I can come and ask for the abatement, and you guys consider it seriously, is because I think we've shown that we have followed the law through that process. Now, as far as filling out the exemption form, we didn't know about the exemption form. Now, I got involved with this as part of the board of directors. There was some other things that were going on, and as we dug into this, we kind of figured out, okay, we're going to need to fill out a exemption form, and that was with conversations with Mr. Reed's office. And so we did fill out the form, and it was approved. It came before you, and it was approved. And also discovered recently, I think that we have to do it every year, my understanding. With all of that said, that's kind of where we're at. And since I only have 10 minutes, I probably burned up about 9 minutes and 30 seconds of that. So maybe I'll just stand by for any questions you might have.
Randolph, any questions from the commission?
Years are the abatements for, or the requests for?
There are taxes owed for 2022 and 2023.
What's the status of we're just still holding the taxes, or are there certificates out, or what?
They're just delinquent taxes to my knowledge.
What's the amount?
I don't know the amount with interest, but I can tell you that the 2022 taxes before penalty were $1,277.82, and the 23 taxes are $1,216.34.
And the property was in the name of the pastor?
At this particular time, these two tax bills are in the name of Word of Truth Family Church.
I might add, I'm sorry.
Let me look for you, Doreen.
The title was transferred in, I believe it was 21. Yes. So that's a good question, and I guess that's why I love questions, because it lets you answer things that you forget. When it was in pastor's name, he believed that the debt was his. So instead of trying to transfer it and tangle it up, he just said, I'll pay it. And he paid it out of his own pocket for that, just for that very reason, to kind of keep it all separate and make sure that it was clean. So for the what would be the 2021 tax year, it would have been in his name, and he, or is it 2020?
I actually show that the property was transferred 5/25 of 22 from Larry Paulson to Word of Truth Church.
Yes. Yeah.
So May of 22.
May of 22. Okay. So. Sure. Well, then that's a great point, because I was wrong. I grabbed the wrong folder when I left this morning. I had the documentation, so I apologize for that. I feel like I'm not as prepared, but that is a good, and thank you for bringing that forward. That is very true. So you're exactly right. So we owe for 2022 and 23, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Currently, yes.
So.
What are the penalties on that?
The standard interest per month, but I would have to go have Robin do the actual math.
Certainly. Yep.
What is on here?
Well, for the purpose of further discussion, I'll move that we approve the abatement.
Just for the full year of 22 and the full year of 23.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll second so we can continue.
We've got a motion and second on the floor to approve the abatement for years 2022 and 2023. Would that motion include all penalties be wiped?
Yes.
Well, okay, I just thought I'd ask. But
Yeah.
do we have any discussion to this motion?
So I don't think I've ever seen this abate multiple years. I would think after, can we go back multiple years even? I don't know.
Can I just point out that for the sake of discussion that there were no applications, exemption applications turned in for these years?
Right. Yeah.
That question, Mr. Klebrad, could you come forward? Deputy, just please announce yourself. The question was, can we abate multiple years? Deputy State.
Ken Klebrad, State's Attorney's Office. Abatement is good for 4 years, going back 4 years from the time of the abatement. I see no reason it can't be on the same form if it's for the same reason in the same property. Is it cleaner to do individuals? Yes. But there's nothing in the statutes that prohibit multiple years because you can go back. As long as the reason's the same, the property is the same, I see no reason to be a stickler on that.
Though the statute requires that the property be owned by a religious society, so I don't see how we can abate when it's owned by an individual.
Correct. I think that would have to be accurate.
In 22 and 23 was owned by Word of Truth.
No, it was transferred in 22.
Yeah, in May 25th of 22. So we could possibly abate. I was going to mention that mention as well as possibly half the year 22.
So, okay. So I misunderstood then. Tony said that Mr. Randolph said that the pastor when it was in his name, he paid the taxes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then,
but
then once it was transferred over to the church, you didn't know that they were supposed to. You didn't know you were supposed to pay taxes on it.
Well, we thought we were exempt. Honestly, we didn't realize there was a form to.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And Rhea just said that her records show that the transfer occurred on May 25th of 22. Is that correct?
That's what I show, yes. Cindy, do you have anything that shows anything different? Will you turn your mic on, please?
Bright green. Gotta have a bright green light.
The big red button, Cindy.
There you go. Right in the middle. There you go.
Okay. Sorry.
But you'll get this figured out right before you retire.
Yeah. Thanks.
You didn't want to talk anyway.
Yeah, no, not really. Mr. Paulson had platted this property, so of course he'd have to pay all the taxes ahead of time for the platting process. And then from there, that first year, I believe it took effect, was 22 payable in 23, or 23 payable in 24. 22 payable in 23.
I thought they
for
said
that tax bill. That was the first year after the platting.
I thought you said it platted in 2019.
I show that the tax bill for 20 years 21, 22, and 23 all have the same parcel number. So the platting must have been in 2020.
2020. Okay. I didn't bring that part with me. So.
Or late 2019.
So Mr. Paulson would have had to pay those taxes all ahead of time for the platting process.
You would have to pay the taxes for the entirety.
Correct.
Okay, well, the purpose of my motion was once Word of Truth Family Church had the property in their name, then I would like to give an abatement, but not during the time that Tony Randolph owned the property.
I don't think Tony
owns it.
I mean, not Tony. I mean Larry Paulson. I'm sorry.
Understood what you meant.
Yeah,
yes.
I got two names down. So I don't know if I.
So what? I guess So that was my question as well. So apparently, Mr. Paulson, is that correct?
Yes.
Owned it for about half of the year in 22. Is that
basically? Yes.
So, but he didn't pay the taxes on there. So
it can be prorated by month.
Okay. So, but the taxes weren't paid for the full year of 22, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, but it transferred over to the Word of the Truth about June 1st, approximately, according to our records. That's probably about when it was. Okay.
And tax notices would have gone out at the end of 22. Tax notices would have gone out either the first of this year or the end of 23.
Yes.
Well, yes, we did notice we had a tax bill, and we kind of started some communication.
I think that we've actually had years of communication on this.
Yes.
even prior to Tony, I think that Cindy has had
yes.
communications with different people.
Yes. So I got involved. I ended up getting involved with this. Sure, understood. And we were, if I might, we were looking. I think we sent a couple letters, correspondence back and forth. There were some phone calls back and forth before I got involved, and then I think I sent a letter, and then Ms. Rhea and I conversed, and then kind of formulated a plan. That brings me here today.
I received a phone call. It's been a while. I think conversation I had was they'd have to fill out the abatement form.
Okay.
As far as that went. And
Okay.
That
must have been recently.
Oh, that's been over a year ago, actually. Probably not this summer. I recall I was out. I can tell you where I was at in a pasture, but I can't exactly tell you what day it was, to be totally honest, on a hill somewhere. But I can't exactly remember. I said I think you'd have to fill that abatement form out. In my knowledge, they never did until.
Right. Yeah.
Well, they've since, have they filed for tax exempt status?
Yes, they have.
Yes, and they were approved for 24 payroll, and 25 was the first year that they were approved for the exemption.
Because they didn't file until this year.
So we do have a motion and second on the floor. The motion was to approve the abatement for years 22 and 23, as well as forgive all fees and penalties. Would you like to?
Do I need to state that? Did you say you can prorate it or to the date of the transfer?
Yes.
I mean, I would put that in my motion.
So if we would, I guess it looks like it'd be June 1, so it'd be half a year. So if you would want to, would your motion be appropriate to say half of the year of 22 and the full year of 23?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which would technically be July 1, Mr. Deering.
Okay, well, thank you for trying to move this along.
I just want to be clear.
Can you turn on your mic? It needs to be a bright green light.
Oh.
They always look green.
Yeah, okay.
You'll got to figure it out before you retire.
Oh, shoot. To me, all the time, the light looks pretty green. Anyway, I think the motion should somehow stipulate in there that it's for the period of time that the property ownership was transferred from
Larry Paulson
to
Word of Truth family.
To the truth. Otherwise, we are not clarifying why. And I think that's very important to have in there.
That's fine. We can add that to the motion, I would think.
Yeah.
Commissioner Seaman, but I would just say June 1st, it appears to be about that time. So, sorry, I guess I messed up by that half a year.
Whether we prorate for 6 months, 5 months, it doesn't
Yeah, whatever it is.
What do you have
from the
written
time
down
that-
for a motion here? Right?
I don't know if we want to know what she has written down on this one.
I have motion to approve the abatement for half the year of 2022 and a full year 2023 and forgive all penalties for the period of time. And I was going to add, and this is for the period of time that Word of Truth owned the property. I just have to rework it a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know.
So for discussion purposes, I can say that the penalties would be for the time that Mr. Paulson owned the property if we are abating from the time, if you choose to abate from the time that the church owned forward.
That's what I was going to suggest, possibly removing all penalties for the full year of 22 and 23 if they pay that first 5 months of tax.
That would be separate from the abatement. That'd be a different action.
The penalties would be separate from the abatement.
Yeah, because you're not abating for the first 5 months.
Yes.
So if you want to remove
penalty
those,
is-
you can, but it's a separate.
It can
separate
be a
action.
yeah.
So, okay, can I
Yes, go for it.
Can I put on my equalization hat here and bring something to your attention?
Please.
That this does create new, what appears to be new procedures moving forward, where we have churches that are not currently being used, but still owned by churches, perhaps for sale. I can tell you 2 of them right now, that our office has said you do not qualify for exemption because it is not being exclusively used, et cetera, et cetera. We have in the past denied lots that did not have churches. You as a board have, probably prior to some of you. But I just want to make sure that this does set a precedence moving forward.
Okay, so then, thanks for that clarification, because it was under my impression that this is what this property was being used for, which brings up, and maybe this is what you're referring to, I remember when there was a church that came forward that I believe they had gotten a tax notice or wanted to make sure they did not get a tax notice for renting their parking lot out during the rally, which had nothing to do with coming to church on Sunday. Is that what the one you're referring to?
No.
Plus, we've got some on Junction Avenue, don't we, that are not being used for anything, that are still in a church
There's
name?
one in Piedmont, and there's one in Sturgis that I know of. Cindy might know of others because she deals with exemptions daily. So I'm fine if that's how, I'm not telling you how to move forward, I'm just letting you know that there's some background and some history.
First of all, I'm not sure the modified motion ever was seconded from a procedural standpoint, but I hear exactly what you're saying. It's what makes me uncomfortable, and I'm going to be voting no. Notices were sent, it's not the exact same thing as like the liquor license, but it's like, taxes have been out there for a while. It's not as if they weren't following up and being told what to do. And so I'm inclined, I'm likely to vote. And I don't like the precedent that says that if you can ignore it for a couple, 3, 4 years and then come in and ask that it all be forgiven.
You see, this puts us all in a bad situation when we try to do the same for everybody, which again is kind of like
I try to do the same for everybody.
Yeah,
I try to be consistent.
But I think a lot of situations are somewhat similar but somewhat different. So I think in some cases you got to go on a case by case basis. But
well, I guess part of my thing is since this has been discussed apparently a while, how come it didn't come forward sooner?
Because I don't think they filed the abatement request.
Well, I think Mr. Randolph got involved and he figured it out. I mean, that's part of it, but I mean, obviously, since you had a call a long time ago and told them what to do, this is just down the road.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
Did you get a call from our church?
I don't. I could look up the name of my phone. I wrote it down. I don't want to mention public.
No, that's okay. I was just curious if you got, not a name necessarily, but if you got a call from our organization.
A person.
Okay.
And it might not even been the exact same church asking for an abatement. Okay. Oh, and
sure.
Can I call for the vote? Can I call?
Well, I don't. We updated the motion. Would you just refresh me? Your motion, I assume, then it stands the same for to approve the abatement for years 2023.
I want to approve the abatement for the period of time when the property was transferred from Larry Paulson's name to the Word of Truth Family Church, which would be about a year and a half, or half of 22 and all of 23.
Okay. So do I have a second on that?
I'll still second.
So any more discussion to that motion or questions to that motion? Place the motion. Not your fault. It's just.
No, I know. Well, it's.
Any other discussion on that motion?
I think I remember one downtown that was property had been purchased, and I believe that we did not approve the exemption because it was not a portion of the church yet.
Mm-hmm.
think I remember one.
There was one.
Because
And
they
we-
had bought it, and then it was a couple of years before they actually became.
I believe there was one in Rendezvous Ranch that they owned the lot for a couple of years. I believe there was one that Bob Mallow was representing, and I don't remember specifically where that was.
I know it's difficult when you got a small church and you're trying to buy property and get a building built. I mean, it's not easy to borrow money, so it's difficult for these churches to get up and running. So, that's why I made the motion. Try to help them out a little bit.
Any more discussion to this motion?
Ted, I agree with everything you said. And I hate the fact that we can't always make decisions based on our heart, which in essence that's what I think we all have great feelings for religious organizations, be whatever they are, because they generally improve the life of all citizens, those that are going to the church and those around them, et cetera, et cetera. But I have to follow what's in the book. And so I'm going to have to join Talbot and not Ted. And that's hard.
Any other discussion to this motion?
Well, it says that, however, any property which is sold by a religious society under a contract for deed shall be taxed as other property of the same class unless the property is sold to an entity which is exempt from taxation pursuant to this chapter and property is used for an exempt purchase. So once this property was sold by Larry Paulson, the pastor, to the congregation, they've been using it for religious purposes. So under what I'm reading here of 1049, they should be exempt.
In the past, if they did not have a building or a structure, they have not been exempt.
They haven't been exempt.
Have not.
Okay, I didn't know that.
And it states that right in that 10-4-9.
When did the building get built, Mr. Rendell?
Well, like I say, we enclosed it in the winter of 22.
The first time it went on the assessment was for 24 payable and 25, which that one is exempt.
And the property is exempt now.
Correct.
Right. So we're talking about just tax on the
Yes,
real estate until then.
Any other questions, discussion on this motion?
Am I able to say another thing?
Go ahead.
No, I understand.
Keep it brief, please.
I'd rather me not.
No, go ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Rendell. Yes.
I'd also like to point out in the statute it talks about it gives exception or not exceptions, but it makes provision when there's not a building in place, and that is parking. And the parking's been there from when we broke ground and made way for the building. We also made the area for the parking, and that's where the congregation parked when we would go to the property. So just
any other discussion to this motion? I guess this is a tough one because it's obviously it needs to be exempt. I think that goes without saying. It's the abatement that I'm struggling. I am struggling with the abatement piece of it. It's obviously a good thing that you got involved and got this moved forward. That abatement arm of it is what I'm struggling with. Is going back and saying that the taxes shouldn't have been paid back then. That's I'm really not sure where I'm going to go right now. Any other discussion on the motion?
Tony, before we vote, I appreciate you coming in and getting involved and being a steward.
If no more discussion on the motion, I'll just call a roll call vote. Looks like we have some dissension, so I'll go Commissioner Creed.
Oh, thanks for starting with me.
Just going to my, over there.
Ladies first.
Ladies first.
Thank you. Notice what he said.
Ladies first. Yes.
Oh, that's the first time I've heard that here. Anyway.
We should have Tony come more often, probably.
I'm going to vote no
Mr. Liggett.
for the above-mentioned reasons.
Mr. Seaman. Mr. Wyzorek.
No.
Chair will also vote no. Just like I said, I'm having trouble with that abatement issue. Again, thank you for coming in today.
Sure. Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Okay. So, from the,
go ahead.
If that's, again, I don't want to take advantage of it. I apologize.
And
I feel like I've overstepped.
Nope. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh no.
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you. Is there? What would be our next step? And I don't know if that's a legal question.
Well, I think you've taken the next. I guess.
Well, the next step would probably, I think you can appeal here. There's probably an appeal process.
Would be legal advice. Or it will be published. There's an appeal right from any decision of the board for 20 days after publication. The board has in the past done a reconsideration in one, maybe two occasions. But so I don't think that's really a path you want to look at.
The appeal would come back to this board.
Yeah, yeah.
Could I guess I'll just, could I entertain a motion to waive the penalties for those years, possibly?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to waive the penalties for those years.
Motion and a second to waive the penalties that will be applied for years 22 and 23 on those delinquent taxes. Any discussion of that motion?
Yes, it's not ladies first this time.
I'm waiting. Actually, you said you have something, so you can just
No,
start first.
Because I want to have some more time to think about it, so I want you to start with the guys.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I might, that is not within the description of the agenda item, which is the abatement request.
Okay.
You do have the authority to forgive the penalties,
okay,
but I think it should be a separate action item, and it's easily done for next week. And that gives Ms. Creed her time to think about it if she chooses.
Fair enough. So is that okay with the motion and second?
Mr. Chair, may I ask for discussion, may I ask Mr. Klebrad a question?
Sure.
Does that mean remove penalties in perpetuity, or is there a deadline, or how would that work moving forward if they're not paid for 2 years?
That would be subject to what the motion is.
I would say we probably should define that within the motion. If the
Thank you. I do think that's an appropriate point.
That would be a good clarification. I just asked we put this on the agenda for next. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr.
All right. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Brings us down to item E1, South Dakota Community Health.
Morning, Commissioners. Rhea and Ray. All right, we got the 2025.
Wade, if you could please identify yourself.
Can do. So Wade Huntington, Assistant Director of Operations for Public Health Nursing Services, the South Dakota Department of Health. And I was invited today to make sure I could answer some questions regarding the 2025 contract and agreement between Meade County and Public Health Nursing Services with the Department of Health. This is a contract that we've had together for a long, long time. I believe last year we reduced it to $24,000 from what we had asked, and you guys had agreed to $24,000, and so I wrote it at $24,000 this year with all of the same deliverables.
My only question is Jennifer still going to be over there since she's continuing her education, or are we going to get to meet a new nurse?
You will get to meet a new nurse. Jennifer's actually resigned as she starts with her clinicals to be a nurse practitioner. So yeah, we're in the hiring process right now. We have our nurse who's in Belfouche, Melinda Wolf is her name, and she's going to be working over her FTE to provide the services over here until we can get somebody hired and trained.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What do you pay your nurse?
Yeah, they get paid pretty well. You know, that's starting depending on where they are with their salary. You know what I mean? And forgive me because I'm going to speak in generalities because it depends on whether they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years of experience in that. But you know, they're in that 33 to 35,000 to start, or $33 to $35 an hour to start.
Yeah, because I was going to say
not
33 to
1,000.
35,000.
I had the 1,000 on my mind. Yeah, we're not getting nobody for that. Yeah,
No.
$33 to $35 an hour, of course, with their full benefit package also paid. So, yeah, it's not a bad gig.
Any other questions, comments for Mr. Huntington? Any other questions, comments?
Have there been any other changes over there as far as or what the state is allowing you to do? And I assume you're still not doing immunizations and all that, and you're still going to Faith like once a month or whatever.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. So actually, we're in a little better shape than I spoke with you guys last year. As you can see, you're looking at the 2025 contract, and it's still 2024. So that's a bonus, I must say. The other thing is you know, we had separated those services away from, you know, so WIC is kind of doing their own thing, and you know, and just as a reminder, that was about being able to specialize our staff in the past and for so many years. I mean, I've been around for 35. You know, those staff did everything. They were required to be, you know, proficient and dedicated to WIC and the nursing services. And now WIC is doing specifically WIC, and our nurses are doing specifically nursing things. So the pregnancy care program, yes, we're doing lots of immunizations, you know, our safe sleep, all of those things. You know, we've seen some changes, you know, with the Medicare expansion, or with the Medicaid expansion, I'm sorry. So we'll see some changes with that as we get more physicians that are coming on board for our pregnancy care program. Yeah, we're looking, now that we have the time in public health nursing services to be able to really concentrate and focus on all things nursing, we are expanding some services. So newborn hearing screening is one of the things that we've recently trained our staff on. So we spent some money and we bought the newborn hearing screeners so we can do that.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I was surprised to know that well over 50% of those babies fail those hearing screenings before they leave the hospital, and so they need to get followed up. And it's usually pretty easy around here with most of their care with the pediatricians, either in Rapid or in Spearfish. So, but in Faith, it's not so easy. You know, it's really different.
I had a nephew who for years was told that he was mentally disabled rather than profoundly deaf.
Sure.
So I do know it does happen.
Right. Yeah, so a lot of those things, and then we're just expanding. I mean, we hope to be able to, we're working with a contractor right now to even expand our services for the adult population. We know we're all getting a little older in South Dakota, so being able to hopefully one day be able to offer the shingles vaccines. You know, the vaccine thing has become so easy for everybody. I mean, you can get a lot of that stuff over at Walmart now with your pharmacist and that, and so we're just trying to expand our services a bit too, so. Yeah, not a lot has changed, and anything that has just been a bonus really for your constituents for more services and help and referral pieces.
Any other questions, comments on this contract or for Mr.
We did budget $24,000 for this year. Is that correct, Rhea? Or for next year? Sorry. I'll make a motion to approve the contract.
Motion and second on the floor to approve this contract for next year. Any discussion to that motion? If the contract's approved, I can sign it. Is that correct, Ken? You don't have to say the chairman. Any other discussion of that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Brings us down to
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hunt.
I'll see you soon.
Yeah, great. Bring her in. Yeah, that'd be one.
It's hard to say nowadays.
Bring the nurse in.
Can I ask you one question before you leave? The last time I saw you, I think, or one of the last times I saw you, it was during Ground Zero. What did you find as far as your inspections during the rally in the county? Did you find any major problems as far as
No, we haven't had
food
any.
poisoning or anything like that, like you have had, or shall I say, lack of sanitary conditions?
No, nothing out of the unusual. The tattoo stuff's always real tight. I'm always involved hands-on with that. The rest of my DOH staff is with the food in the campground and the water inspections and that. It's never, this year was a nice, pretty clean year. We didn't even throw too much food away. So, yeah, it was good.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
SDSU MOU, item F1.
Thank you, Wade.
Good morning, everyone.
Jenny, will you please turn your mic on? Thank you.
Jenny Vlate, Meade County 4-H youth educator. I'm just here. I can't necessarily really answer questions pertaining to the MOU, but I'm happy to relay them back to the higher ups. I really don't have a whole lot to do, but with this part of it, but happy to answer any questions that you guys might have. My understanding is it's the same as last year. Just the slight increase is for the salary.
Questions, comments for Ms. Voigt or anything?
I make a motion.
Second.
And a motion by Commissioner Creed, seconded by Commissioner Wyzorek to approve the contract. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have a good holiday.
Sheriff, waiting patiently, Sheriff West. I don't know about patiently, but you've been waiting.
Morning, Commissioners. Sheriff Pat West. I just wanted to talk briefly about the ambulance contract and the addendum that was put in for blood draws. Excuse me. I'll go back about 2 months ago. We had an agreement that initially came from the city for $150,000 for the inmate medical services. Went back to them, discussed and counteroffered with a agreement of around $135,000 for inmate services. Since that time frame, the city has informed ambulance personnel that while they're checked in on duty, they cannot be charging for blood draws to have us pay them. So what we've been doing recently is for each blood draw, we've been getting billed and paying the city for that. So Ms. Creed and I sat down with Acting Mayor Forrester and also Chief Vandewater about a proposal to combine the inmate services along with the blood draw services from the ambulance personnel and make it one item. That agreement would include 24 hours response to any type of blood draws that we would need at the jail. So based on that, I put the addendum in, or I had Caleb put the addendum in for me. I initially thought I'd have the contract in hand. Well, I got it this morning as personnel weren't available. So after discussing with Chairman Deering, I'm not looking for an action on this, just want to fill you in on what's going on, and maybe we could put it to next week. So basically we'd have the inmate services contract for $135 and an approximate blood draw fee of around $27,000 for the year. That is an average over the last 3 to 4 years. Currently, right now, we are at close to $37,000 for this year on blood draws. So that could fluctuate, but the plan would be combine that and use that line item that was pre-approved or initially approved by the board, take that money and pay the city.
So yeah, just to be clear, this $27,000 was approved. It was it wasn't in the form of a contract.
Correct. Yeah.
It was just we're going by the hour. So $27,000 was approved in next year's budget.
Right, and it would be under the sheriff blood and alcohol line item is what it would be.
Right, and so what you're what you're saying and what we discussed this morning was to just add this to all to one contract would be and we could itemize the blood draw portion and the ambulance portion too, but it'd just be one contract basically instead of this plus next week doing the 135.
That's correct. And what I could do is we could rewrite that contract up and submit it on a line item and then go from there.
So. Mr. Klebrad, you have something to add?
Yeah, I'm fine with the addendum because the initial contract for 2025 was already under consideration by their board to do an addendum to that or to rewrite it all as a single document. Either way works.
Okay, and like my discussion with Sheriff West this morning was it'd be simpler just to have it rewrote and all in one. This seems a little confusing to me because it just says an additional fee. I don't know what we're adding to right now. I mean,
because that hasn't been presented to
exactly.
the board yet.
So that how it's presented on board docs was a little bit confusing first time I read it, and he agreed, and so I think it'd be easier if we just went. My personal feelings would be just put it together.
And as to the basic idea here is to have the ambulance do all the blood draws. When this came up, Ms. Bordwick and I did discuss with Pat and JJ concerns that we had out of our offices. First, that we weren't paying for it. That's been made clear. Second, we're worried about the flow. We go to court on cases because of the blood draws. If there's a significant lapse or if there is no blood draw, it makes our job significantly harder to convict on a DUI. Thirdly, if we are paying a lump sum for all blood draws for the year, we will no longer be able to, as part of a judgment, order that they repay Meade County for the cost of the blood draw. Just like when we went to the ambulance service, they were charging us for individual rides over to the ER, and we were able to bill that back out. Once we switched over to a lump sum, we're not able to bill an individual inmate. And I have not done any work to see what we collect. We typically order that they repay Meade County $50 for the blood draw, and I've never done any work to see what they have repaid. Typically, I think we've worked on about a 15% recovery on what's owed to the county on judgments. So
okay, I am surprised because when we did all this talking, and first of all, we increased the rate of compensation back for blood draws to $60, and that's been in effect for 6 months, a year. Time flies. But along with that, if we are compensating back the city at the rate of $60, why would it matter to the court if we're paying the Sturgis ambulance versus the Sturgis ambulance employee?
Because we're no longer reimbursing at the rate of $60.
No,
we're reimbursing
but we may be.
If I may finish, we're reimbursing at a rate of whatever it was, $17,000 for the year.
Well, it was
regardless of how many blood draws there are.
Okay.
Hence, we can't say it's $60 to do John's when it may prorate out to be 85 or it may prorate out to be 25.
Okay, so since they base that on an average use of 27,000, and from what you said, that might vary, why can we not then make a provision in that contract that they will be reimbursed at the rate of $60 per blood draw? That way we could still charge them back on court costs, and that's what we're going to end up paying anyway.
We could. As written, is a lump sum payable upfront or every 6 months, whichever, however it ends up being is fine.
So,
but yes, you could do a prorate at $60 per draw, not to exceed.
Okay. Well, so
that we know, have some certainty too.
You can do that then, probably no different in reality than how the city is billed every month or 2 months, however it is, for their share of our dispatch costs.
Correct.
And I think that can be accomplished, and then it can be a win-win for everyone.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Is there a difference, Mr. Klebrad, between the $90 that the court orders for blood draws versus this fee? Because we collect $90 since I've been there last October.
Yeah. That's the $90 is for the lab.
Okay.
That's for the blood testing that's done by Rapid City PD, and we get billed directly for that. The county does.
Okay.
And then there's a blood draw fee as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're two different things.
Yes.
And when you said the thing about making it difficult in court to get a DUI,
If the extrapolation goes too long.
okay,
Yeah.
I don't recall because you've never told us this before. Has there ever been a time that you didn't get a draw?
I know there was one this weekend. There have been times where they've attempted to draw and been unable to draw enough blood. There's a certain volume they have to get.
Well, right,
In terms of having someone there, I'm not aware that we've had an issue in the past. We raised if the ambulances are tied up.
Right.
There's only one overnight and they're tied up with doing something, and we just want to ensure that we can get the blood draws that are basically necessary to get the DUIs.
Well, I think when we all talked about that there is a certain thing, a certain time element thing that they take into consideration when they do the final analysis.
And there's also the opportunity to take the inmate or the defendant, if you will, to the ER, which creates its own set of problems as to whether they will and getting the information back from them under HIPAA. So we have our concerns. We're glad this is being delayed a week. With being short an attorney, Michelle is playing magistrate attorney this morning as well, so she's unable to be here, but next Tuesday should be fine.
So you'll have the contract for us next week, Sheriff West?
That's the plan, yes, sir.
Sounds like there's some things that maybe we should get in there that Doreen's requesting as well. So, any other questions for Sheriff West?
Yes.
I do have one question. So we have set schedule of fees for other county things like building permits and all the other stuff. Can we not do that for this?
For the ambulance?
Well,
or
for
the blood draw?
Yeah, for you get arrested, you get a blood draw, it's $60 or $90 or here's your checklist for when you get arrested. Here's the things you get to pay. Can that not work?
Well, yeah, but we only found out like about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, and that was, and I discovered it from reading Lawrence County minutes, that the people that were doing the blood draws had liability insurance coverage, and they had individual contracts with, we had never done anything like that. But yeah, you are right. It should be in our list of fee structures. And some people do request when they have a blood draw that they get their own vial too.
Ken, is that something we can do? Like, just add it to our fee schedule and say, costs this much to get arrested.
It's an amount set by the court in the judgment. Yeah, we can change it to 60. I wasn't aware that it had changed, but I don't work in DUIs routinely. So we can make sure we do the 60 instead of the 50. But just like everything else, the blood draw expense, the testing expense, all those are court ordered in the final judgment. If they're found not guilty, they don't know.
And I agree with that. But if there's it costs you $1,000 to get arrested, right? Then the judge can say, all right, you get a fee for being arrested in the county. These are the costs. If he's convicted, then they get to maybe pay that, and if not, then it's not any skin off anybody's back. But
and right now, I think they do itemize, if you will, the costs. Court-appointed attorney fees is a separate line. Blood testing, blood draws are separate lines. You got to do a DUI course. That costs money. That's routinely part of the order. So the judge has his checklist, and I think it covers basically everything that we're talking about here. I don't think that adding to our fee schedule adds anything to the system.
Thank you. Any other questions for Sheriff West? Did you have anything to add on that before we move on? Okay. Anything for Sheriff West?
I have several questions, and they all evolve around the jail. Okay, and I thought about this in the middle of the night.
You're listening to wind.
And since it is since January is coming up, and our new KPIs, can you put, since we already have records of all this, the counties of record for our inmates, so we know 60 are from Meade County, 30 this month are from Belle-Fourche, Perkins County, et cetera, et cetera. And it would be really great to know how many of the rest are coming from Meade County versus the city of Sturgis or something like that, because we're going to have to start tracking where dogs come from. So if we have to track where dogs come from and cats come from, I'd really kind of like to know where a human being comes from.
Answer that question, yes, we can.
Thank you. And we're not housing any federal prisoners yet, right?
No,
Are we?
No.
Okay.
I should take that back. On occasion, we may have them a day or two as a holding, but that's it.
Okay. And where are we at for commissary profits?
I'd have to look at that and see. I can get with Captain Deo and ask him.
Oh, that was it. You know, I've also always been curious out of the amount of Meade County. You know, I look at that page that's on Facebook every day, and I do recognize some Meade County names, but it would be really interesting to know how many people arrested in Meade County are actually Meade County residents. You know, it really would be.
Sure.
Maybe I'm the only one who wants to know.
Anything else for Sheriff West? Thank you, Sheriff West.
All right, thanks.
Brings us to planning.
Thank you, Pat. Oh, shit. I have one more question. Sorry for my French. I was asked.
I'm just glad your mic was on.
Oh, shit.
I don't think that's French either.
We get asked all kinds of questions. How much has it been costing to put the new expansive, what do you call it, on the sides of the pickups? And has it gone on any old vehicles or only new vehicles?
Currently, it's only gone on new vehicles unless they're being damaged, and the cost is the exact same. As the wrap is the exact same.
I have no idea how much is a wrap.
I don't know.
Somebody said thousands, and I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, 2,800 to 3,000 for the wrap. Yep.
Wow. Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Sheriff West.
Thank you.
Planning.
We get a volume discount.
Tanya Vig, Planning Director. We have 3 vacancies to the Meade County Planning Board. Their terms were expired December 31st, 2024. Michael Charholm, Shauna Schmidt, and Bob Burns will be exiting. We'd like to thank them for their time and years of dedication serving the citizens of Meade County as planning board meetings. Yep. What? Did you need something? Oh, okay. We have received 5 applicants for the positions to be seated for the planning board meeting on January 6th. Michael Charnholm, Sean Schmidt, Dara Watchford, Michael Pauling, and Nancy Veers. I'm looking for direction on how we move forward with these applicants on the December 17th meeting.
Commissioner Wazorek, do you have any input?
We've kind of done this different ways over the years, but I think generally we've invited people to come up and speak to the commission if they desire before we do the appointment.
I think that'd be appropriate. So I would extend an invitation, I guess, out to each of them and asking them to come in and they can give us a 5-minute spiel on why they want to be a member of the planning board, I guess. Is that appropriate?
Thought I would have is it would be nice to give them a time maybe certain.
Schedule some time.
And how long, like give them 5 minutes to tell us why they want to be on. And
would you rather do that earlier or later in the meeting? I guess my question. I guess I'm leaning on you as planning chair.
And we're going to have some budget stuff we have to do next.
Yes, sir. We will have some budget things that we need to address.
And we're going to notice that for a specific time.
Yeah, we'll do it 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because could we do we have stuff we had to publicly know?
I did publish a hearing, yes.
So,
We have the hearing, but whether we have to take that or not.
But we could,
I would tend to say maybe finish.
We can always pause.
Right, well, I mean, if we get them here, yeah, if we're still doing some stuff, we could pause and take them, but if we're about done, I think I'm not sure how long.
I don't think the agenda next week looks to be too.
From what it says thus far.
My item's being removed already, Rhea.
Well, we could say 10:30 then, too.
We do first thing in the morning with Mike and those guys that have to.
Well, I know some of them work, so we're just got to make sure.
I think it's about all we can do is give a time. It's going to.
Well, that's it. I mean, that's why I'm like, if you're not doing it at 9, it's maybe better 11 because maybe they can take it.
Sure.
Associated with their lunch, but I don't. I'm easy.
And I guess it's up to them if they want to come in. Obviously.
Yeah, they don't have to come.
It'd probably be better if they did. It'd be nice to hear from them. So, set it 11 o'clock then. Let's just suggest 11. I don't know if we want to advertise 11 because then we have to do it at 11. But
right, that we'll try to.
Yeah, just suggest to them we want them here at 11 o'clock. Sure. Well, let's don't put it the agenda that way.
And we used to just have everybody just sit there and we asked them questions. Did we interrogate you?
Yes.
Or did we? I can remember some of your comments, but I couldn't remember how if we were kind or
no,
we were not kind.
Not at all.
So we'll
be kind this
would
year.
Assume we'll interview them at 11 or have them give their spiel at 11. I would assume it'll probably be later in the meeting when the decision is made. Probably have to. Yeah, I would assume that. Okay.
Want Michael Charnum and Shauna Schmidt to come in?
Oh, yes.
They're already on the board.
I think whoever can come in. I guess obviously it's just like all interviews. It's probably best for them to be here, but okay. Is that clear on that one, Anya?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Then
Yep,
I just
I
have my
was going
report
to-
if you have
Raina's
any
waiting
comments
for-
on it at all.
Okay, go ahead with your report. Did you have something else? Okay.
I don't have much to share. Building permits, everything seems we're still moving forward with projects, which is good to hear. The weather's helping out tremendously this time of year. I did have the proposed changes to Sturgis ETJ agreement. That is on hold right now. We're working through some issues on that agreement. We'll see it later next year probably. Pending large project subdivisions, nothing's really moving forward with those. Everything's just kind of on a standstill with engineering and where we're going forward. Other than that,
You do have a new employee, Tanya.
I did that last month, or last time.
Did you?
Yep.
Okay.
Philip Davis, yep. He came to planning.
He
came to planning, and then he wasn't here because he's only been here on Mondays, so I didn't introduce him last Tuesday, but I did tell him we did have a new employee. He will be full-time starting Monday of next week. And guards, and then I have the graphs if there's any questions or.
I do have a comment. Tanya's been doing a nice job. I have been. We've been working on being consistent in my conversations with Tanya, and that is, there's a lot of people out there developing land think we're their engineers. And I've told her that I am instructed her to start taking hard lines, saying, we're not telling you how to design it. We're not telling you. You have to provide us the engineering. We're not going to do it for you. The other thing that on a planning level that I've discussed with Tanya, and Tanya's done a nice job, but I've been very direct, and that is when people just dump a bunch of stuff on us, that doesn't mean they get to go to planning. But if they absolutely want to go to planning, they can. But that Tanya's recommendation should be, if it's incomplete, is to that the planning board should just reject. and we've had to draw that line because we have people just dumping stuff on us, demanding to go to planning. And so I think we just have to be direct that if you're going to dump stuff on us that's incomplete, demand you go to planning, you should expect planning's recommendation will be to the planning board to simply deny it.
I would concur 100%. You guys have a lot on your plate, and I appreciate the packets in the planning side because it gives us on the commission the opportunity to read those and follow up. And then, yeah, I think the 3 weeks thing is a nice add for next year. I think if they're incomplete packets, they shouldn't be seen. I support Talbot 100%.
We did go live on the first meeting. December 2nd was live on YouTube. That was the first one. So it seemed to go really well. No hang-ups. So I know some of the engineers appreciated it because then they could go back and listen or knew where they were at on the agenda and been able to show up on.
No, I certainly appreciate that as well. It helps to go through that for reference. We just had 3 variances today. It's nice for us to even be able to go back and hear what the discussion was at the planning board. Keep it up. It sounds like everything's going good. Anything else for Tanya?
Tanya's a rock star.
Yes, she is.
Okay, let's move to highway. I-1 bridge improvement grant application. Oh gosh, I saw Troy.
He just took a phone call.
Yep, let's go to auditor real quick. Not much on there. It's mainly a report. Oh, we do have the resolution. Yep, we do have a resolution. Yep.
So as you remember, in our last couple meetings, there was discussion about the levies that were approved and determined that the growth numbers that were used were incorrect. So Doreen and Gary and I and Ray had a meeting last week with the Department of Revenue and have determined that we would like to, the proposal is that those 2 commissioners, this is now a board decision, would like to consider increasing the levy back to the maximum amount that it can be using the correct numbers. And I have produced this resolution for you to consider. The missing piece here is that Ray needs to submit her resolution that you will need to sign with the correct levy, which she will be able to do at the next meeting.
Okay, we're at item J3 in the auditors. For everyone following along.
And as you can see, increasing that secondary road tax would increase our tax ask from $364,851 to $368,237.
This number was, we were on the phone with the Department of Revenue, and this was verified by simply, when we did the original budget, we used the estimated growth. I think
we used the growth that's approved by the preliminary growth numbers as submitted by the Director of Equalization.
Here's the number we had at that time, and then this is the actual.
So I'm good with moving this up. It's $4,000, ton of money, and the $368,000 in secondary road tax applies to all of our secondary roads, about 600 miles of roads. Covers about, 30 hours of blade time.
And the bad thing is the mill levy is so incredibly low that we really can't afford to ever go backwards on it.
Any other questions, comments on this resolution or action?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution 2024-11.
Second. Motion and second to approve resolution 2024-11. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So we do not have the levy adjusted report then.
No, that was not entered into board docs. The resolution that you need to sign, so Ray will produce that next week.
Okay. I thought we were, okay.
I thought we had it when we hung up on the phone.
We did.
Okay. Okay, so we'll have that together for next meeting.
Yes.
Anything else in the auditor's report? Not. Let's move on to highways back. Got you some more money, Troy. We got $4,000.
Don't spend it all in one place.
Well, let's see, how many times could that fill up a motor grader? With diesel?
Yeah.
Yeah. Really? That long? Well, we could cut your budget.
No.
Okay. Let's go on to this bridge improvement grant, item I-1.
All right, so, and these are to be the application for the big grant. If awarded, then we would be on the hook for, pretty minimal amount. Is it 10% on these? Yes. 80-20, okay, so it's 20% on them. So.
Whatever it is, it's a huge.
It is,
Any other questions, comments to this, or action?
I'll make a motion to approve the application for structure 47-580-338.
Are we on? Okay. Are we on gravel road? I think we're on.
Oh, sorry.
47-093-404.
Sorry, I was on the. I had clicked wrong.
Do that one too, if you'd like.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution for structure 47-093-404.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. I believe Commissioner Wyzorek beat you to that second. So motion and second on the floor to approve this application for structure number 47-093-404. Any discussion on this motion?
Would those be replaced next year, in 2025? Oh,
any more discussion to this motion?
These are million plus dollar bridges that cost us,
Yeah, and let's see. I don't want to have a heart attack, so I really don't want to look up the number of cars that go over gravel road on a daily basis because I'm not sure it's even 10. And so it's just.
And a lot of the bridges that are in this big grant program are in that program. There are bridges because in 1993 the state gave us all the bridges in our county, which was 112 structures or something, regardless of whether or not we wanted them. And now they tell us that we got to repair them or fix them. This is a haphazard way of them giving us some money back. That's
why they went to this.
After they forced the counties to put in a wheel tax, but they could still award a big
grant
to a city that doesn't have a wheel tax unless they change that.
Okay, we have a motion and second on the floor to approve this application. Is any more discussion to this motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Brings us to I-2, another bridge improvement. Questions, comments, and or action?
Same scenario on this one. I will make a motion to approve the application for structure 47-580-338.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second on the floor to approve this grant application for 47-580-338. Any discussion to this motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Traffic count, anything to report on that? Looks like Alma and Rickard, Tilford, Whitewood Valley. That's what you did recently. Yep. Any questions from the commission on traffic count?
I have a question on another. I don't know why I have all kinds of questions today, Troy. I was not dreaming. Isn't there a bridge that we thought maybe somebody might want to have their own ownership to, like Clucks? What's happened to it? I know you've been chasing your tail, but have we made any progress on that, or do we have any formal anything in line to?
I think we discussed that last 2 days ago, but I don't know that you've had any chance to talk to anybody.
Well, I assume we're talking about Vista Place Road.
Yeah.
That was the
Yeah.
one that was brought up, and I've had contact with the owner. He sounds like would like to move in that direction. That road is the road it'd be beneficial to transfer the road to him as well. In fact, that was started about 2 years ago. It runs through a portion of BLM. I've talked to Mr. Kleberhat as well as far as moving forward on some of this. BLM, it appears right before I came on the commission, BLM transferred the maintenance to us, so we don't know now. We got to look and see how that works as far as that agreement would be concerned. If we can transfer the BLM's, that agreement can be transferred to the owner or not. It makes sense where we're at, but I think that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
There's a bridge down there that it would be good to probably get off of our list, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't suppose anybody would ever want to buy a gravel road.
So, anyway, okay. Do you have any more update on that? You know, I've talked to you. I've talked to Rich about it a little bit. Rich, you indicated, we are still working on getting the secondary roads and the other roads with the state done. So there could be a timing deal as far as getting some of that to come together almost the same time. The BLM portion of it, I haven't had time to look into it. I know you and I talked about it on the phone, Troy, and that's about as far as we've gotten.
Tell you what, having to deal with BLM can give you heartburn. It can kill the whole case.
Yeah, and they've already transferred the maintenance over to Meade County. That happened shortly before I got on the commission. Basically, it's our road, essentially, is the way that agreement reads. But anyway, so there's still some questions and work needs to be done. Okay, any other questions for Troy? Thanks, Troy. We covered auditor commission. And communique, anyone want to? Do we want to handle item K2, retaining attorney for union matters? We want to visit, is that? Okay.
I'd like to move that to after executive.
Okay, let's move down to the consent calendar. Commissioner Wojciech, anything to add on these proposed preliminary plats? They're just preliminary, so custom planning. Okay, get some action on this consent calendar.
Make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Motion is second to approve the consent calendar. Any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Executive session.
I'll move to go into executive session for legal, personnel, and
I'll second, and I want Ken and Troy.
A motion to go into legal, exec, and contractual with some staff invited in, as well as Rhea on the topic as well. So, we need discussion to that motion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And seconded to come out of executive session. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Brings us back. The only thing we got left on the agenda is item K2, which is under commission. Getting attorney for union matter.
Well, I've got one other item then too, just clarification of record. There's nobody in the audience I want to do it for, so it's on the tape, so if somebody's watching back through this. During the earlier meeting, there was a discussion on disability, and I said that I wasn't a tax person, but I thought disability wasn't taxed income-wise. I've done some looking at that during a break, and that's true if you pay for it yourself, so which is what I do. However, in the situation where the county would pay 100% of the disability premium, disability payments would appear to be taxable, and there would be withholding from those. So I just wanted to lay that out there. If you guys remind me, I'll say that at the beginning of the next meeting too, because we'll probably have a bigger audience. So I just wanted that to be on this meeting. Then on the item K2, retaining attorney, I'll make a motion that the county retain attorney Lisa Marceau and her office, the Boyce Law Firm, for union and personnel matters at her government hourly rate, which is my understanding is $2.40 an hour. This would be for things not covered by our insurance coverage when using her under the insurance.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to retain Lisa Marceau to cover, as attorney, to cover personnel and union matters. Any discussion to that motion?
Yes. I also was misinformed on the income tax issue, so some of my comments were in error as well.
Okay.
And I'm glad between Talbot and the HR office we have found out what the deal is.
Okay, discussion to that motion, which is dealing with the attorney, Lisa Marceau. Thanks, Doreen. Hearing no discussion on that, I'm going to remind people, because we had an interruption there, that the motion is to retain Lisa Marceau, attorney for union and personnel matters. Any more discussion to that motion?
It'd be her attorney in her office.
Okay, thank you. Did you get that, the motion? Email, before the minutes go out, if you'd email Talbot to make sure that basically we're retaining her.
We're retaining Ms. Marceau and her office to assist in personnel and union matters. That should do it.
Any more discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Before you close the meeting, I would also like to thank Talbot for the clarification. Some of my comments were also in error on the short-term disability payout.
And before we adjourn, Mr. Chair, can we make an announcement for everybody to come?
You certainly can, just if you'd like to.
Or would you like to?
You're more chipper right now with your Merry Christmas sweater. So
Merry Christmas. Unfortunately, next Tuesday is Ted's last day, but we would like to invite everybody, your family, Ted, and the public and all the employees to come and have a celebration for you in your retirement.
So, what time did you say?
After the meeting is the best I can do.
After the meeting, okay.
Who wants
unless you have a better idea.
Done?
Well, I understand, but we've oftentimes done that at like noon, and then we broke.
Do you have a better idea of a time?
No, I think after the meeting would be better, because then we're done. But I like that better. But like I said, sometimes you guys have broke at noon.
So it's your goal to have a short meeting. I heard.
See, that's his
It's
goal
always my goal to have a short meeting. Sometimes they just
How
don't.
about we put it this way? It will be at noon, irregardless as to if our meeting is over or not. we can always adjourn and go in there. We can't let people sit in there and wait. But
That's why
a lot of people have a schedule and
that's
need
why I
to
asked
know
the
when
question.
to, yeah,
'cause, okay,
I know.
if
Noon seems like a good idea.
Okay, we'll just set it for noon.
Sure.
If that would that work for your family, Ted? Do you think, or would it be better?
Your family has secretly been informed.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. Well, then it works for your family, Ted. I don't think there's any more business, and we have completed agenda, so I'll declare us adjourned.
Oh, thank heavens. I love that. Your family's been informed.